Well, a pleasant good morning as the Jamaicans first strike. Well, this morning is a nice morning, indeed a cool morning. It's not a brilliant sunny morning, and it's a good morning to be in. They have taken up their position. We have Ayana Holder from Barbados and Melissa Laurie from Guyana. They will be the ones who will be in control of things. And we have the third umpire, Denzel James, and the match referee is Mr. Hayden Bruce. So everything is set for an exciting day of cricket as the batsmen are about to take up their positions and the bowler is trying out to run. We await to see. We have the two opening batsmen out there for Jamaica. That is, we'll see exactly who at the two for Jamaica as they get ready to start their innings. Remember, Trinidad Tobago won the toss and opening the attack for the TNT team is Amrita Ramtahal. She's a medium fast. She has two dimensions of her. She bowls fast and she does spin. This time, I believe by how she has approached the wicket, she may be doing her medium fast spell. We have the umpire making some signals here to the scorers and to everyone around to signal the start of play. And joining me in the commentary box is no other than the illustrious Billy Furlong. Billy, a good morning indeed. I just described a cool morning and the sun is out, so it made me into a fool. Good morning to you, Billy.
Good morning to all our viewers and welcome to the broadcast here. We are here for the third place playoff between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. And I'll just give you the lineups as well. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss are still opting to field first.
Oh, yes, I think it's a good decision because they won chasing the last time and maybe they think the luck will go their way also on this occasion. But as we say, Ramtahal bowled this one right there to the Jamaican opening batsman, and she came right forward, plays easy, very comfortable indeed. No big set of movement for the second delivery of the morning. We wait to see what maybe Harry Charan, the Trinidad captain, saw to want to send the opposition into her first strike.
Ramtahal already seeing a bit of a way swing, slight away swing as she's accustomed doing with the new ball. And left out today, Elena Carlton, Azaria Muller and Shan Ramnarain left out of the 11. And the lineups are Captain Brianna Haricharan, Kanika Kasa, Jessica Davis, Zakaria Harilal, Zakia Harilal, Samira Naidu, Christina Naipol, Jessica Orozco, Tamika Pago. Pago, of course, behind the stumps with the gloves. And Amrita Ramtahal with the ball. Chelsea Sukram gets another game. And Kiera Superville form the 11. Of course,
so Ramtahal again, this one is up right there and the batsman came forward and pushes it down to third man, and there is a single, and that's the opening account for the Jamaicans. So they are they have off the mark, and that is the end of the over, the final delivery of the first over. The Jamaicans saw it fit to get a single off there. So we have Morgan is the one who they steer that one down to third man, and they pick up a single there.
So the coach, of course, for the Trinidad and Tobago outfit, Stephanie Power, the assistant coach, Dr. Diane Hasrana, and of course the manager, Nadra Dwarika Batiste, trainer Candice Joseph. They make up the support staff for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Give you the Jamaican lineup as well, as Morgan will face up to Zakia Harilal opening the bowling. Beats the outside edge. She's opening the bowling from the southern end. Past umpire Ayana Holder out there. Her colleague Melissa Laurie at square leg from Antigua. Holder from Barbados. So two medium pacers starting for Trinidad and Tobago, two away swing bowlers.
Good delivery right up there in the slot, and no trouble at all. I think she is looking for that Lincoln line, and those two first deliveries, they were well directed and on target. That is what you want to have your opening bowlers do. Have the batters play at every delivery. That one there again, right up there from Harry Lal. Good length and good line indeed. She's keeping it tight and facing up. And you can see that Morgan or Sutherland is the one who is having strike at this time. Good delivery again, right there from Harry Lal, keeping it tight. Very tight indeed. This is the second over. Remember that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss, and they have inserted the opposition to have first strike. This is the second over of a 35 over affair. This is the action for third place.
That banana shape that Harry Lal is getting there away from the right hand Morgan. We look at it again, and perhaps just touching down outside of the leg stump, but swinging back considerably across the right hander, striking her on the path, perhaps missing the leg stump as well, as umpire Holder says not out.
Good over indeed from Harry Lal, Billy. A well-directed over. It's a maiden, and it is a good way to start your bowling spell. Any bowler would like to start with a maiden, and that's exactly what Harry Lal did there. She was right up there, right in the slot, not giving the batsmen too much width or giving them to any room to play up the back foot, but come right forward and to smother whatever movement there is in this wicket in the early part of this innings. So the score remains on 1 without loss.
Yeah, Kristen Sutherland, she's going to face up her first delivery, and it's going to be against the vice captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, Amrita Ramtahal. She's bowling from the northern end. Umpire Melissa Laurie is presiding at that end. I'll give you the Jamaican lineup as well during the course of this over. And both bowlers just looking to start around the middle and off stump, moving across, drifting across the right hand batters. Abigail Bryce is the captain of Jamaica. Brianna Plummer, Anisha Miller, Tiandra Morgan out there in the middle, Adania Boer, Kamari Campbell, Kristen Sutherland. Lukoya Green debuts in the Jamaican team, and another good delivery here from Ramtahal. No run. Lukoya Green, and she will be doing the wicket-keeping duties today, taking over from Sutherland. And she is on debut, not just in the tournament, her first game for Jamaica. She'll be having on the number 11 shirt. Playing a miss outside. First slip is in place, that of Kanika Kassar, for this away swing bowling of Ramtahal. And left out today, Ashanti Guthrie, Sashane Ricketts, and Dave Brown. And of course, the vice captain of the Jamaica team, Monica Reed, and the opening batter, Judine Ebanks, along with Diane Bryce. Makes up the 11 for the Jamaicans. And a very circumspect start here from the opening batters. The two bowlers are bang on target so far in the third over. And both bowlers getting the ball to just swing away from the right hand batter. This one angled a bit fractionally shorter. Pitched on around middle stump and looking to tug it around the corner here. Sutherland, who's in excellent form, top scored in her last game for Jamaica. Got 32 right here at the university campus. This one is angled down the leg side, wide signal the umpire. That one just seemed to seam back into the right hander, but would start it down the leg side, Astil.
Oh yes, indeed. It started way down the leg sadly, and give the keepers some. She had to go and make the extra effort to take that one, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all to signal a wide. Good delivery again, right up there. She's maintaining that Lincoln line, and now and then there was a loose delivery at the end of the over, and the score remains on 2 without loss. Jamaica sent into her first strike by the host country, Trinidad and Tobago. So we are seeing there is some movement on the wicket. There have been some sideway movement from both bowlers, not really vicious or prodigiously, but we are seeing there are some movements there for once you put the effort in. And we see Harry Lal will continue her spell. Outside the off stump, she went with this one, and the umpire immediately Ayana hold the signals wide.
The umpire just setting an early precedent as to what will be called wide off of the medium pace bowlers, and that one starting a fractionally wide outside the off stump and going even further. But that's a very good delivery there, but it's squeezed out past point. And a chase here for Ramtahal from backward point. And just one run, so good work by her. And good backing up as well in the field. As it just eludes the wicketkeeper Pago. Looks like Christina Naipaul there doing the backing up. And she made light work with Amrita Ramtahal. Getting 32 partnership with Ramtahal for 19 to defeat the Windward Islands a couple of games ago. In the air and just past Naipaul there to her left at square leg.
A good delivery there from Harry. Excellent delivery, a good delivery. Let's see what's went on there. This one was a good delivery, pitch somewhere on the middle stump. The batter attempts to turn it around, didn't make full contact. Maybe the ball hit the leading edge and went into the air and created some anxious moments for the fieldsman down there, who thought that she stood a chance of getting to it. But the scores remain. Jamaica didn't lose any wicket out there, and the score is 6 without loss. Harry Lal once more. She continues to do a good job here, keeping it very, very tight indeed. As we see, Morgan is the one that is facing up to Harry Lal. Good delivery again, and keeping the batter very quiet. Morgan just came forward and played that one very, very easily indeed. And there's no run. Outside the off stump, and the umpire holder again signals a wide.
It's a slight correction there. Still, Chelsea Sukram is there at square leg, number 96.
96. Oh.
69 is Christina Naipaul. Confused my 6 for 9. An appeal there, but no bat on that.
Oh yes, no bat on that, and the keeper went up with it, but she wasn't supported by Harry Lal or by the close-in fieldsmen, close-in fielders. So you find that the umpire didn't have much to do or even bother with it.
It's been an impressive start from the two bowlers here, keeping things a bit tight. Just one shot that was worked into the onside for a couple, but it was aerial. 7 for no loss after 4, and a good tight start from the two medium pacers.
Oh, and that's the type of start that I think what the Trinidad captain was aiming for. She wants to get early wickets. That is Harry Turan, and that's why she sent in the opposition to her first strike, and she wanted to her opening bowlers to be very, very, very tight, and they have answered the call to her request, as we see.
Very interesting as well as still making the change with the opening bowlers. Kanika Kasa usually opens the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, the medium fast bowler. But Harry Lal preferred for the second time, I do believe, in the tournament to open the bowling. Kasa is at first slip for the bowling of Ramtahal.
And I mean, that decision seemed to be paying dividends at this time, because both bowlers have been very tight, keeping a good length and line.
And it's not unusual either that we see a senior bowler being brought on first change. We've seen it many times in the international arena. We see the faster bowler Shoaib Akhtar in the shorter form of the game was given first change rather than the new ball, the later he gone in his career. And as well as Brett Lee and so on have been known to come on first change when Sean Tate and they emerged in the ODI lineup. So Kanika Kasa here, the same philosophy being adopted.
Oh yes, indeed. And sometimes you have some bowlers prefer to use a ball that is not the new ball. They like the ball with less shine, so they can work it around. You know, some bowlers doesn't like the new ball. Some fast bowlers doesn't like to be starting with new ball. Too much shine and too much bounce, but they like a ball with a little less shine, where they be able to do a little more with it. That could be the case for here. And a good delivery there, excellent delivery outside the off stump there, and Morgan went for the drive, misses, and wicketkeeper Pahu took it. There was some anxiety down here by the third man and the slip region, but the ball went past the bat and didn't touch it.
And so far everything being played, apart from a 2 on the onside, everything being played out to the fielders. And 7 for no loss after 5. And just to finish up on that point as well, in more recent times, I didn't mean to date myself, I'm still referring to Shoaib Akhtar and so on. Bumrah himself has been first change in the limited form of the game, Jasprit Bumrah for the Indian team. And Kasa as well, at times when you get that medium pacer who can swing that new ball, you just want to toss that ball to them first up to get best use of the new ball, such as a Pravin Kumar and so on that have been given the new ball, adept at swinging the ball. Thakur as well for India, and just as those bowlers here, and Harry Lal on this occasion partnering with Ramtahal to just swing that new ball.
Yes, and I think that is what the captain requires from them, and she's getting exactly what she asks of these two bowlers. They are keeping it tight, and they're getting some sideway movement, and they are using the conditions to best of their abilities. So Harry Lal once more.
In the air, and a chance, and a brilliant catch there at cover. What a fantastic diving effort forward. And the first wicket to Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica loses their first wicket with the score on 7. And this is exactly what tight bowling can do, and dot balls do tend to bring wickets. And have a look at it here, taking the outer portion of the bat, spooned in the air, leaning forward, and the bottom hand taking over, more of a check drive, but couldn't keep it down there. And one of the main scorers in this Jamaican lineup now goes Christine Sutherland for 2.
Excellent catch indeed. You couldn't require a better effort, a bigger effort, and an excellent effort indeed. That one wasn't it? It was dying on her, dying on the. Let's have a look at on what is happening here again to have a look at this brilliant catch there. It was dying on her, and she went right down and got her hands under the ball and brought it up clean as ever. And there Sutherland had to go.
An excellent effort from Jessica Orozco. She's stationed right on the 30-yard circle at cover, and on the front foot, short of a length delivery, keeping the ball up to the bat and getting that movement away. And she was just reaching for it as it was moving across outside the off stump, and the bottom hand just took over in the drive and popped it out. But it has to be said, diving forward is never the easiest thing to do in the outfield, and an excellent catch from Orozco.
Good delivery again from Harry Lal outside the off stump there. The new batsman is Judine Ebanks. And she was fishing there. You could say she was feeling for it outside the off stump. It went through to the keeper Pahu, and there is no run. So 7 for 1. An early breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women's team here at UE Spec in St. Augustine. Good delivery again from Harry Lal. This one right up there, and Ebanks is right to the task. She's pushing it to extra cover, and there is no run.
And we would have seen as well, Morgan took the bulk of the strike. In fact, almost all of the strike, if I remember correctly. In the first couple overs, the majority of the deliveries against Harry Lal. And this one in the air, and a lot of power in this shot. Deciding to go through with the shot. It'll go out to the boundary for 4. It was aerial, but between cover and point on this occasion, and by Ebanks and all the way to the boundary. This time not holding back on the shot. It wasn't a check drive, as was the dismissal of Sutherland, but pushing through the line of it and going through full flow of the bat and takes it into the boundary for 4.
Yes, it was in the slot to be hit. It was almost a half volley for her, and she made full use of it. Ebanks she didn't miss out on this one. That one was really a full one close to her, and she didn't miss out at all. She played a beautiful extra cover drive, and then the other delivery here, she went through with another similar shot, but this time it was played all along the ground. And the fielder coming around made the stop, and they went through for a quick single. So the score moves on to 12 for 1. And Jamaica, well, this is at the end of this 6th over.
And just as well there, Jessica Orozco, after that boundary was hit, the captain, Harry Charan, just pushed her fractionally back outside of the 30-yard circle. We're in the first power play, 2 allowed outside of that 30-yard circle. And just as well, because it was pushed and guided past where cover was originally stationed and point and into the gap. But this time with Orozco dropped further back, she was able to, a diving stop by her, knocking it down and restricting the batters to 1. And had she been in the normal position, it might have just squeezed through for a couple and even a boundary. So just a wicket and a few runs in that over. But Jessica Orozco tested in the outfield and coming up trumps. The score 12 for 1 after 6. Final over of the batting power play.
And Ramta Hal once more resumes her spell right up there. And Ebanks comes right forward and pushes it to the wide-ish mid-off.
Yeah, and the mid-off is sitting right on that 30-yard circle. It was pushed there, and for a moment, Ebanks was thinking she was deep enough to get a single, but deciding against it as Jessica Davis was quickly onto it. But she is sitting deep on that, right on the 30-yard circle.
Good delivery again from Ramtahal, right up there. And Billy, just to come back to that catch there, when you're in the field and you are looking for early wickets, such a brilliant catch. It kind of it lifts everyone around. I mean, even the bowlers and the fieldsmen, there's an extra spring in their steps when this thing happened.
Short down the leg side and a good take from Parker. One-handed down the leg side wide. There's a change-up from Ramtahal, an unexpected change-up. We don't usually see too many short pitch deliveries from her, but she decided to dig one in.
Oh yes, but it was ill-directed and down the leg side, and I think Ebanks must have been telling herself, well, she missed out on, or she didn't capitalize on that delivery.
Driving away, an excellent work there by Harry Lal on her left side, stopping that ball at backward point with one hand to her weaker side, the left hand side. It looked her stronger side, the way she got down quickly across to her left and knocked it down, picking it up and restricting the scoring. Not just restricting the batters getting a single, but knocking it down and not going past her to the boundary. In the air this time, and she dives across to her right, and another excellent bit of fielding there by Orozco coming around from cover, but diving, leaping in the air was Harry Lal to her right as that one was pushed uppishly An excellent cover coming around by Orozco, just limiting the batters to one. Excellent work at Ruskin. She's been tested in the outfield and coming up trumps.
Brilliant work indeed. Brilliant work. I mean, the delivery before went to her left, and this one went to her right. So it is testing her dexterity. And wonderful work there from Orozco. She's continuing the good work she started by bringing off that brilliant catch indeed. So the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are very, very alert and sharp on the field at this time, and they're really putting the Jamaican batsmen. They're going to be fighting for all the runs they can get. Outside the off stump from Ramtahal again, and it went past the outside edge and went through to the wicketkeeper Paho, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. So the score at the end of the 7th over, that's the end of the power play. Let's see if we read it right. The score is 14-1 at the end of the 7th over.
Just wondering if there is going to be a bowling change now. Ramtahal has bowled her 4 overs, and it's going to be Kanika Kassar. And for a moment there, Harilal had her hat off and was standing next to the umpire with the ball in hand. I'm just wondering if she was going to get a 4th over. It was not to be.
I thought so also.
Still, she's taken her wicket.
That's
taken out of the attack.
I mean, sometimes I'm a firm believer. If your 2 fast bowlers are doing well and they pick up a wicket or 2, you can give them an extra over or 2, because they themselves, to get that ball away from Ramtahal or Harilal, you're going to be asking a lot to take the ball away from them at this time.
So often we see that there's a plan A, a strategy coming out of the dressing room as Kassar just gets a practice run through, and that plan A, you go out there and things change. However, some teams tend to stick to that original plan and not changing, thinking on their feet and going with the changes, changing conditions, changing situation, changing match situation out there. And here's one such occasion. Harilal, she herself thought she was going to continue bowling, but was taken out of the attack. So Kassar it is. We were making mention that both bowlers were swinging the ball away from the batters and maintaining a tight line and length. We saw a fall shot in the last over of Ramtahal that went in the air past point. And Harilal, of course, taking the wicket as we mentioned. Not that Kassar can't swing the ball, but you want to get your swing bowlers maximum opportunity with a new ball. As we see that Kassar goes outside the off stump, outside past the outside edge of the bat as well, through to wicketkeeper Pago. And a good start here from Kassar. But not saying that Kassar can't swing the ball, but Kassar is more of a fast medium bowler. And to maximize the swing bowlers who are a fraction bit slower, they get the best out of the ball first up.
Oh yes, indeed, Billy. I tend to agree with you there, and you can see the difference in pace from Kassar there. That one was right in on the middle stump, and Ebang was forced to be caught between back and across and coming forward, but she defended it well. And I think you got it right. If I was Harry Tirano there, I would have gone for an action over 2 with the medium pacer, because they were doing a good job, and the ball was really they were getting some sideway movement.
You know what's going to happen now, still? Kassar might just take a wicket.
Exactly.
Nullifying our point.
And prove us all wrong. Good delivery again from Kassar. A little more fire this time, a little more pace. Outside the off stump, Ebanks was late on the shot. It went through to Paho.
And of course,
and she relays the ball back to the bowler via the field person in the field.
And Kassar does have that extra yard of pace. She's been the opening fast bowler, taking over from Katie Jazz Michelle, bowling in tandem with her last year as well. And look at this just raw pace out there from Kassar. She does love to dig that one in short as well. Can get the ball to seam around and even swing away. And in fact, Katie Jazz Michelle last year picked up that knee injury, the vice captain, and was out of the lineup. And Kassar was really the spearhead of the fast bowling attack, and she held that mantle quite well, taking over from Mitchell. And again here proving immaculate line and lengths and good pace here from Kassar.
Tongue the leg side, this one is just, and the umpire holder didn't hesitate at all to extend her arms to signal there's a wide. This one was ill-directed, not too far away from the leg stump. But in this format of the game, anything on the leg side, the umpires will be drawn in to signal a wide. 15 for 1 as Casa. Good shot indeed. Short. Lifting outside the off stump, and Ibang made use of it. She got on her toes and she slapped it in the air somewhat, but they managed to go through for a single.
Yeah, there's that lift I was speaking about. She doesn't mind digging that one in. This time it had enough width on it for Banks just to dab it down and get a single. Orozco stays a bit deeper outside of that 30-yard circle. She's come a little bit closer now. It's a good line and length here.
Good
and
line,
just adjusting the line.
Drive's good.
So another tight over there comes to an end for Trinidad and Tobago. 16 on the board. First wicket down and 8 overs gone.
Well, the bowlers are doing an excellent job indeed. The two opening bowlers, Harilal and Ram Tahal, and then you see Casa. Well, she's on and she has continued with the good length and line, but she has a little more fire than the two medium pacers. So I think it has been a good session for the Trinidad and Tobago team at this time, having won the toss and elected to be in the field first and send the opposition into her first strike. It's been a good session for the host nation. 16 for 1, and we are at the start of the 9th over. We completed 8 overs so far. We are into the 9th over. 16 for 1.
Jessica Davis seems to be coming into the attack now. She hasn't bowled in the last couple games. She was left out in one of them, but did bowl earlier on that first game in the tournament. None for 8 of 1 over. She got 1 for 19 against Jamaica in 4 overs a couple of games ago. She was left out of the lineup against Guyana, I believe it was, but returns to the team now and has the ball in hand. She even opened the bowling in one of the games. Jessica Davis bowling to Judine Ebanks and Tiandra Morgan out there 7 and 2 respectively.
And one was short outside the off stump, and Banks tried to make maximum use of it. Davis indeed is I will call her, well, she's just above faster than some of the spin bowlers we have. She isn't really working up a big steam at this time, but she's really keeping it tight.
And this one tugged around the corner, and it beats Harry Lal there at square leg, who was moving to her right, and then the ball went past her on her left, and I'm wondering if there was a bit of backspin on it. The physics escapes me, as she was looking to get to it on her right side and then had to reach across to her left. Either way, it went past her and raced into the boundary for 4.
Oh yes, this outfield is very, very fast indeed, despite it being unmoist. But I think the groundsmen, the grounds officials, they have done a wonderful job with this outfield. And with the wicket itself, I mean, the outfield is quite fast, and the batters are getting whatever they put in. They're getting their money's worth. This one is outside the legs, on the leg stump, and Davis there, it wasn't well directed, and umpire Laurie, well, she just signaled a wide.
And just the field place as well with that boundary. Deep backward square has dropped out onto the boundary. There's a fine leg and a third on the boundary as well. 3 fielders out in the deep and tugged in the air, and Harry Lal is out there. This time she gets the spin right, as just stops, as waits for the ball to come to her on the bounce and turn with that bit of backspin on it, and restricts the batters to 1. So excellent work in the field out on the boundary there from Harry Lal. And Davis just struggling at a slight bit. Ball's just angled down the leg side. First couple deliveries.
Yeah, she seemed to be searching for that right length and line, and that could be the reason why. This one is down the leg side again, and the umpire did not hesitate at all to signal a wide.
Yeah, she's a bit shaken up here as well, Davis. I saw her in that first game. She was immaculate in her line and length in that first over, and as well in that second game that she played and bowled. She held that line, that fourth stump line, and a good length outside the off stump. She just needs to get it right here now.
Down the leg side again. This one is on the leg side, going further away. Wicketkeeper Power comes across and makes a take. And there is no run, but there's one more extra. I believe that someone close to her should supposed to just come across and give her some encouraging words that you can get it right. Or if she wants, she can switch from over to around the wicket to change the line. But she continues over the wicket. Good delivery, that good delivery. This happens so often that when you find a bowler is having some difficulties, they will produce that type of delivery that we know that they can do. And that was a good one there that hit the outside edge and went down to the third man, and there is a single. The score moves on to 25 for 1, and we are coming to close to the end of the 9th over. Davis is the one. Jessica Davis is the one who is bowling at this time. Outside the off stump, that one kept a little low, and the umpire signaled a wide.
If we could get another look at that one, they might, just to see what the precedent has been set by the umpires, the opposite end or the wide outside of the off stump. And the umpires, once they make that first adjudication, they tend to use that as their guide for the rest of the game.
Oh, let's see here how close it was.
In the air and straight to backward point, and as I was going to say, as Ramtahal takes that catch, we see a mixed bag from a bowler so often, struggling to get a line and length quite right, and all of a sudden they'll pick a wicket up and just turn things around. And Jessica Davis has gotten the second wicket for Trinidad and Tobago with the score on 26, and there she is fractionally outside that off stump and cut away, but cut in the air and straight to Ramtahal at point, who happily accepts the catch, and the second wicket down now for the Jamaicans.
Excellent indeed. And I thought it was a mixed over from Jessica Davis because she was searching for a line, and I believe that type of mixing, that type of mixed over from her must have played on the mind of the batters. And Ebanks is the one who was facing much of the deliveries. She wasn't sure what she's going to be facing next, and that one was there to be cut, but I believe that she made the error by not rolling her wrist. She hit it hard, but hit it straight to the fielder, and that was the end of her. The score is 26 for 2, as Tiana Morgan is the one. There's 3, and joining Morgan is the captain, Abigail Bryce, according to our scorecard here. So Trinidad and Tobago continue to enjoy the better of the exchanges in the opening session of this third place encounter, Billy.
Yes, Christine Sutherland was the first to go. She went for 2 runs off of the bowling by Harry Lalton. Excellent catch by Jessica Orozco in cover. She went for 2, and Judine Ebanks, who after striking a couple boundaries is now gone for 12. And a good catch by Ramtahal as well off of the bowling of Davis as Casano starts the new over. And bang on line and length there is Kasa, building the pressure at her end. Went for 2 runs in the first over, and after a couple loose deliveries, a boundary in the last over, and 3 wides as well, and a shaky start from Davis picks up a wicket off of her final delivery of the over. And we mentioned in the last game, Astil, that when you do bowl the wide, it's not just the extra runs, but the extra deliveries in the over as well. Tries to bang this one in. Sure, they come through for a quick single, but that cover is set a tad bit deep, or just fractionally outside the 30-yard circle, so it's an easy run in the end as Harry Charan from point comes around and does the fielding inside the inner ring, and just the single. So good rotation of the strike here, and the captain Abigail Bryce, who had a 57 earlier on in the tournament and was showing good form, but fell away in the last few games, the captain, so she'll be looking to put that right in this final game of the third place playoff.
And how important it is to have the rotation of strike, the batsman not facing too much of one bowler. Casa outside the off stump, and then the umpire shoulder arm, and that's a no ball. So as you mentioned, Billy, it's not just the no ball, but it will be a free hit and one extra, and one added on. So
yeah, and that extra delivery, you never quite tell what could happen in those extra deliveries off of wides and no balls in the over. And Jessica Davis picked up a wicket with the extra delivery, And except this one is going to be a free hit here due to the no ball from Casa. Advancing down the track and pulling it off the bottom edge as it was hammered in short by Casa, the free hit, and advancing down the track was Bryce, the Jamaican captain, but trying to hammer it down the ground, but gets a bottom edge and can only strike it into the turf.
Oh yes, you can see that Bryce must have, Casa must have seen Bryce coming, and that's why she digged it in a bit short to make it to make her movements uncomfortable, and it had the effect. This one is short outside the off stump there, and Bryce lay back on this one. Abigail Bryce lay back on this one and hammers it through the extra cover region for 4 runs. Good shot indeed.
That's how you play a square cut. As still it was wide, that back leg came across, that high chopping down action on the board from the captain. There was an extra bitter venom in that cuff shot there from Bryce, and it raced across the outfield. It was cut and timed so well, picked it up very early that she hit it the deep extra cover. The sweeper at deep cover had no chance to get around to it. Such was the power in the shot. And 32 for 2 in the 10th over. Bryce goes on to 4.
You mentioned the venom, and then she missed out in the free hit, and she decided not this time around. This one is right there by Casa, good length, and the Jamaican skipper was up there. She just pushes it gently to extra cover, and there's no run.
In stark contrast to the last shot, this time she gets forward and just eases it down to deep third and comes through for a single. Just in total opposite to the aggression she showed in the previous delivery, and rotates the strike and brings Morgan back on to strike to face the final delivery of the 10th over as Casa just bails from that run. And this is the delivery as still. It's the extra delivery in the over from that no ball. Let's see what happens with this one.
Right up there by Casa, her extra delivery, a good one right there, and Morgan was up there. She came right back and across and pushes it gently. Not too much trying to pick up a single or anything like that. She just wanted to defend it. And that's the end of the 10th over. The score is 33 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So Astil, whenever we get the opportunity, and we might just have it here, as there's a bowling change. Jessica Davis, after picking up a wicket, is taken out of the attack. Not for the first time we see a bowler taking a wicket and being removed from the attack.
Yes,
as is the prerogative of the captain.
I mean, the skipper thinks that, I mean, you can cool it a while until I bring you back.
Well, it's not just the prerogative of the captain taking her off. The captain herself is coming into the attack. Brianna Haricharan.
Oh, so maybe she's setting a precedent there. Is that I'm going to show you at least how to get your length and line right before I bring you back into the attack. But Davis picked up a wicket, and a very good wicket indeed.
Yeah, an important wicket as well. I just wanted to get into it in the other games that are taking place around Trinidad and, well, in Trinidad on this finals day. That's a good start here from Harry, forcing her onto the back foot and eventually coming through for a single, as there was space at the square leg. Just the umpire standing solitary alone in that position, as the fielder is a deep square leg and deep mid wicket. And so there is room on the onside once it was worked into that gap for a run. So Bryce goes on to 6, as Morgan still out there for 26 deliveries.
Yes, she opened the batting for the Jamaicans, and she's still out there. And I believe big things are expected of her, because they'll be looking at the innings will be built around her.
Good. Yeah, they're going to come for 2 here. It's an excellent delivery there from Hartran. Sorry, I still came off the inside edge, squeezed between the stump and the wicket keeper and the batter as well, and gets down to that fine leg area. A chase was on for Naipol and Sukram down there, and 2 runs to Morgan. Both batters now on 6, 36 for 2.
And simultaneously taking place here is a final. Billy, you will bring us up to date with who is into today's final of this encounter, because we are at the 3rd place playoff.
Yeah, just might be just a bit difficult with the spinner on to just interject comments what is transpiring across in the other two games. The final, of course, being played in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex between Barbados and the Leeward Islands, who are batting the Leeward Islands 51 for 4 in 10 overs. And a bit more on that in a bit.
Harry Charan there, good delivery and well defended there by Morgan.
And Barbados in that game, winning the toss for a third time consecutively and deciding to field first, as they did in the previous last two games. And they have the Leeward Islands in a spot about a 55 for 4. And Sainavi Kambapali, as we get to this dot ball in the over, one delivery to come, 36 for 2. Don't want you to miss out on any of the live action here at the UE Spec facility. And Sainavi Kambapali, the leading run scorer in the tournament, went off of the first ball from Erin Dean for no score. She was out LBW.
Wow. I mean, that as we see the action here taking place here. Good delivery again.
This over comes and then loud appeal. Have a look at, see exactly where that struck Morgan. She's on 6. Two batters out there in the middle on 6. 11 overs gone, 36 for 2. Just where did that strike her still?
Oh, let's see from the replay here. She came forward. Oh.
It's a good show, that's for sure. The umpire might be adjudicating that it was going down the leg side. Just more news from the Leeward Islands game as still. Kambapali for no score. Casey Boyles also went for no score after 3 deliveries, and Herbert Myers picking up that wicket. And then more bad news. Jazara Claxton fell for 28. She hit 5 fours in her knock of 28, but it was the captain Herbert Myers who got her wicket. And then Rosario Bean. Myers again getting her for 10. The not out batters are Weeks and Skerritt on 9, and yet to get off the mark Skerritt. 9 extras in that innings. As Kassar starts, and a nicely played shot here from Morgan, getting onto the front foot and just turning the bat face on impact, working it into the onside, trying to rotate the strike with her captain Bryce. It was not to be. 36 for 2 the score remains. So Dean 1 for 21 in 3, a wicket off her first delivery, but the captain Tiani Herbert Myers 3 for 15 in 5 overs.
Good delivery there from Casa outside the off stump there, and we see Bryce. She went at it and went at it very hard indeed, looking to play that cut shot. Didn't make contact, and the wicketkeeper who collected it, and she went up a little thinking that there must have been some edge or something happened there, but there was no contact. This one again from Casa, short outside the off stump, and Bryce, they just went back and hammered that one to extra cover for 2 as the sweeper comes around and picks up and returns the ball to the bowler. So 2 more to the score. The score moves on to 36 for 2, and we are in the 12th over.
It should be 38 for 2. We just get that correction in the score. That last 2 runs to Bryce should take her to 8. Yeah, there we are. And the previous delivery, I think she was beaten for pace. And on that occasion, the last delivery got it away. Driven down the ground, sticks a hand out Casa and knocks it down just as well. That could have been an excellent straight drive that could have gone close to the boundary. It was Harry Lal out there sweeping on the boundary, and she's doing excellent work out there patrolling that boundary. We saw a cut shot previously from Bryce that raced into the boundary and she couldn't get around, but she's adjusted a little bit straighter and was able to cut that one off. And 2 deliveries to come before the drinks break now. There's that shot again there, just trying to turn it into the onside off of the front foot. So looking to rotate the strike, the 2 batters, when they don't get that bad delivery to put away. And a good over here again from Kassar.
And you have seen the effort from Kassar, because she knows that she has the extra pace, and she can deliver with some amount of venom, and she's putting into that effort. She outside the off stump, lifting there, and Bryce went for the cut shot, hit the top edge of the bat, went down to the third man, and there is a single. So the score advances to 4-3 at this time. Well, yes, let's have a look and see what
Did
happened
she
there.
step down the wicket there? She took one step down the wicket and then retreated back to her crease and might have put Kassar off a bit to dig it in short. And because she had that additional time stepping back into the crease, went for that cut shot, but not quite in control, came off the top edge, but protection was out there in the deep. So a single to the captain and 39 for 2. Look at it there again. They tried to advance, cutting it in the air and work out there in the deep. And just a single as we move into the drinks break. This is a third place playoff here between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. And the final match being played at the National Cricket Centre for that 5th place spot between the Windward Islands and Guyana. Guyana are 31 for 5. And winning the toss, Guyana opting to bat first. Haven't had too good a tournament, Guyana, with the bat. A couple low totals from them. And the lowest being that of 21. They were dismissed by Barbados in one encounter. And batting first, Durant went for no score off of Selena Ross, who picked up that wicket after 2 deliveries. Mahadevi Ramhoridas opening the batting, went for 11. Sienna Barkoi for 4. The captain Laurie Williams for 4 as well. And Shonette Belgrave, another duck in that innings there. Isaac's not out on 1. Latoya Williams not out on 4. And 2 wickets to Amaya Gilbert. A wicket apiece to Ross Francois and Daisy Woods. 34 for 5 in that Guyana versus Windward Islands 5th place playoff. So we had a drinks break here, Astle.
Yes, indeed. And the Jamaicans haven't been sent into bat. They are 39 for 2 at the drinks break, which is 12 overs. We take a break also, Billy. When we come back, we continue with the action down here at UEC.
And we're back here live at the University of the West Indies Sport and Physical Education Centre at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. Encounter between Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. 39 for 2. The Jamaicans out there being inserted into bat. Inserted into bat. And it's going to be a bowling change. Orozco is coming into the attack. We've seen quite a few bowling changes at that end. 1 over from Jessica Davis that picked up a wicket for 10 runs. And then 1 over from the captain, Harry Charan, that went for 3. And another bowling change from that northern end, Jessica Orozco into the attack.
So Orozco with her back of the arm deliveries. This one was right up there. She tossed it up. Very, very simple type of bowling action. She approaches the crease very, 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 very smooth, very simple indeed, and she just lets it go. Facing up to Orozco is the Jamaican captain, Abigail Bryce, and she'll be looking to continue and set her team onto a good total.
It's 1 fielding change, a change in personnel. And it's a 5-4 field. Fielders out in the deep are at long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square. Pop back down the pitch for the bowling of Orozco. There is a sweeper as well on the offside. So 3 on the onside on the boundary and 1 on the offside sweeping. So 4 in the ring, as is the requirement. This one pushed off the back foot.
Orozco has been very tight indeed in this opening over from her. She hasn't had anything loose. This one there was a pitch on the middle stump, going further away to the offside, and Bryce, the captain, attempted to make maximum use of it, but there's no run. It went straight to the fielder at point. Good delivery again from Orozco. She asked the umpire for a gentle inquiry there. End of the over, a maiden, you can say, and she has started well. She's very pleased with that with that over there, and the captain is also pleased with it as they exchange high fives as they went past each other. So it is a good start from the leggy Orozco, and that's a good sign. Once you back of the hand bowlers have started well, it means that things could be a bit tighter than what they are at this time. But
and we see why Harry Chan just bowled a 1 over from that end. She bowled from this end in the previous matches. That is the southern end, which she's coming on now. So change of ends for the captain. She bowled from this end in the previous game here against the Leeward Islands. So I think she's happier at this end. And she is going to have a field, again a 5-4. And on the onside, a deep square leg and deep mid wicket. The mid on is in the ring and a mid wicket on the onside. And the sweeper, the only fielder out in the deep on the offside. And it's pushed to point. Ramtahal does the fielding, trying to effect a run out, but it was to her left and well judged. 40 for 2, the captain Abigail Bryce on 9, and the opener Tiandra Morgan is on 7. She's been there for a while, off of 32 deliveries, but losing a couple wickets at the opposite end has just put her into a bit of a shell.
yes, she saw 2 of her teammates back in the pavilion, and she has decided that she's going to be part of that rebuilding process. Good shot indeed. Tossed up there by Harry Charan.
Bryce, in stark contrast, she's looking to be aggressive. She's advanced down the track on a few occasions, not just to the spinner, but to Kassa, the medium pacer, as well, the fast medium bowler, Trinidad and Tobago. So she's looking to be quite assertive and aggressive in this innings, the Jamaican captain.
Good delivery. That one was pitched on the middle stump, but Harry Charan asked of the umpire. It was a shot that played by Bryce. She played her all around it or across the line, and she was rather fortunate indeed that the umpire was unmoved. Harry Charan asked of the umpire, but they seemed to be going down the leg, or maybe it must have been a bit high.
Full toss and pulled her out in the deep pass. Umpire Laurie, who took evasive action, and the throw coming in to the non-strikers end, back to the captain. Throw in the deep from Sukram. It
yes,
is out there.
That was a full toss on the leg side, and I thought the Jamaican captain wanted to get more dividends from that shot. She just managed to get one. As Harry Charan, good delivery there. She's out like before. Excellent delivery there from Harry Charan. You have Morgan coming forward. She played her wrong. It was struck on the pad, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all. Let's have a second look at it. Came right forward.
You can't quite see which part it actually struck there, as the non-striker was just in the line of our view there, Bryce, but judged out 7 off of, as we mentioned, 33 deliveries she faced up to, and was struggling a bit during the course of that innings. And a couple of deliveries went outside, past the outside edge off of the seam bowlers. And on this occasion, Harry Charan changing ends and just adjusting her line. She had an appeal, a couple deliveries previously, and not outside the umpire. This time adjusting her line and adjudged to be struck in line. And she has to go for 7. The third wicket falls with the score on 41.
41 for 3, and we are in the 14th over. Remember that the Jamaicans, they have been asked to have first strike here in this third place playoff. And it's been a good session so far for the TNT team, but they have kept things tight. They have not allowed things to run away from them. And and both the captain and her bowlers have stuck to the task. And in this hot, we are blessed to have some nice weather down here. The sun is out in all its glory, in full force, as Harry Charan comes in again, and she's going to bowl to ball. Ball the new batter, she comes right forward and is right away off the mark. As she pushed this one straight to cover and went for a quick single. So that's the end of the over.
So good over there from the captain, Brianna Harry Charan, picking up a wicket. She has now 1 for 6 in 2 overs. And Jamaica in a bit of strife. Trinidad and Tobago just asserting their ascendancy in this third place playoff. And just wanted to touch on the standings at the end of 5 rounds. Barbados, who defeated Leeward Islands in that final round, put them atop the table on 16 points, and Leewards with that defeat stayed on 12. Trinidad and Tobago with their win over the Windward, just pulling out of it there is Orozco. Trinidad and Tobago with their win over Guyana in the last game and took them to 12 points. And I just wanted to touch on that net run rate for a moment if we get the opportunity. There's Orozco. This one angled down the leg side. Protection is out there. And good work in the deal from, in fact, a throw strikes the stumps on the bounce. Throw coming in from Sukram at deep backward square. She's more of a long leg position. Or I want to say it's a long leg position, not quite deep backward square for the leg spinner. There is a deep mid wicket as well. So protection in the deep on the onside. This one again swept out, full toss, and they're going to go close to the boundary, and in fact it'll bisect the two fielders out there into the boundary for 4. A full toss from Orozco, and well put away, going across the line there by the captain Bryce, and getting another boundary to her total. 2 boundaries now for her in the innings.
She will feel somewhat comfortable at this time because she's been looking to advance the scoring, to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And with those 2 boundaries, with this one in particular, a good shot indeed. She swept it around and with quite a amount of power, bisecting the 2 fieldsmen there as the ball went over the ropes. Good one, and this one from Orozco on the middle stump, going away from the right-handed batter. Abigail Bryce just came forward and tried. She's every delivery she's trying to score off because she knows that once she advances the scores, it will be runs on the board. A good shot indeed, and this one was close to the extra cover fieldsman.
Yeah, the captain putting that one down there at extra cover, and it's exactly the line and perfect length to encourage that drive. And if you're not to the pitch of it, you're going to pop it up in the air, and Orozco delivering that type of delivery perfectly, and the opportunity going to ground. And just struggling to get her line and length in the over, made the correction, produced the wicket-taking delivery, and the chance goes down, and it would have picked up the wicket of the captain as well, who just struck a boundary off of her. So she'd be a little bit disappointed, but she's come back well with the delivery, coming back in to the captain, who now gets off strike, pushing this one down the ground. So a few deliveries down the leg side from Orozco, coming back, creating the opportunity in the 15th over, and an opportunity gone to ground, 48 for 3.
It wasn't all that difficult because Bryce didn't get right out to that delivery. She pushed at it, she popped it, and it went to the TNT skipper, and she didn't. Maybe she thought it would have come with a little more power, but because to me, it seemed to me that she must have checked in coming forward to really pull off a catch, and it went to ground. So that might be a one that may turn around to hurt them. But let's wait and see how it unfolds, because the score is now on 48 for 3, and Jamaica they have lost 3 wickets in their advancement. And we are at the start of the 16th over, just at the halfway mark, you could say.
And that would have been a big wicket as well. But the captain herself is on now, a full toss. I just saw her wringing that right hand as she was coming on to bowl. So it seems as though she was struck high up on the palm, perhaps just in that area by the thumb. And just shaking her hand there. And it is her right hand. She just delivered a full toss. We just monitor her during the course of this over.
Good delivery there from Aricharan, bringing the batter right forward, bringing the Jamaican captain coming right forward and keeping her quiet, because Abigail Bryce seemed to be very, very in that attacking mindset, because she knows that she's a big wicket and she's the one in which they're looking for, and she's the one who has to really keep the scoreboard ticking over. The rest of the players will be walking around her. Good one from Bryce. She pushes this one somewhat uppishly in the air, but wide of the fieldsman, of the fieldsperson, and there's there's our single there. As Harry Duran tossed this one up right up there, forcing her to come forward. She came forward and got a single. That brings Ball onto strike. This one was someone on the middle leg, and then Ball attempted to play it around, misses. It went into the path, and they went through for that. Was it a by Billy? Because
wide signal by the umpire.
A wide signal by the umpire. And that.
So 2 runs with that wide, and she's just having a couple of issues, not just with her hand as I mentioned, her cap as well. At the point of delivery, she just seems to be knocking it off of her head with her hand as it comes around, and might have just been responsible for that wide down the leg side. Again, the cap comes off as it's whipped into the onside. Protection out there, and she might just want to take the cap off. The skipper.
Yes, maybe she should, but sometimes when the arm gets too close to the head and the cap is there, but she is used to it, used to playing with the cap on, so maybe she just has to make that.
Just a question of securing it. Yeah, just pulling it a little tighter, just securing it. Traditionally bowls with the cap on as well. The West Indies under 19 player.
Ball right forward and then pushes it into the cover region for a single.
So we're going to see that extra delivery in the over now, the 7th delivery.
Yes, and
that result of that wide.
And that tends to take it to build to give Jamaica that extra delivery, which they are going to be really, really grateful for.
And we've seen during the course of the tournament, extras, particularly wides, have contributed significantly to the totals posted by teams.
This one's outside the off stump there, and the captain, Abigail, made a big cover drive attempt, misses. It went through to Paho, and there's no run. End of the over. The score remains on 53 for 3, and we are at the end of the 16th over.
Yeah, that 50 coming up with that wide delivery. That went for 2. So 1 for 11, the captain, Harry Charan. She was a bit disappointed with herself in that over, with a couple loose deliveries. And perhaps as well as she adjusts her cap on her head as she returns to that extra cover position, perhaps on the disappointment of putting down the catch as well off of Orozco in the previous over. But I'm very sure she'll bounce back. The Trinidad and Tobago captain, who's been doing quite well since taking over from the captain, the appointed captain last year, Samara Ramnath, out with an injury. Turned into the onside off the Orozco over. And just Ramnath just opting out with that injury, that finger injury at the start of the tournament, and Harry Charan being given the captaincy. Of course, she acted as vice captain last year in the tournament, so she's done a good job. 2 wins under her belt in this tournament. A couple no result due to rain. Off of the outside edge, and diving over it there is Ram Tahal, as Naidu does the chase from short third to do the cleaning up. Just diving over that one there, Ram Tahal. Could have stopped it, it seemed, from our vantage point, but it's 1 run to the total, 55 for 3.
Yes, Orozco is the one who is continuing this attack once again. And she's bowling to Bo. Bo went right back and pushes this one. She plays a kind of a drive, semi-slap.
It was a quicker ball through the air. Still not as much flight as her previous deliveries. Orozco pushing that one through, getting quickly onto the batter. And again, and Davis again is in the way at mid-off. So hustling through this over is Orozco. 2 runs in it so far, 4 deliveries in it. There is that flighted delivery, and she's bowled. She teased her with 2 quicker deliveries, then decided to toss that one up. Generous flight indeed, pitching and spinning, and her head was in the air. Ball, and we'll have a look at it here again. Did it come back in? It was the googly, flighted in the air, spinning back in and hitting the top of middle stump. And a peach of delivery from Jessica Orozco picks up the 5th wicket for, as the Jamaicans now 5 wickets down with the score on 55 runs. And a good delivery there on the back of a good over from Orozco.
Excellent over indeed. Good over indeed. I thought she expanded that over very well indeed. She set up the batsman. She gave her 2 quicker ones and then tossed up the googly. When Bo saw it, her eyes lit up and she decided to go for the big one because she saw it hanging in the air. She went for the big one and she missed all over, and so the ball cannon into her stumps. Good delivery. Clever bowling indeed from Orozco, as she has 2 wickets to her credit from her, and the score is 55 for 4 or 5.
Yeah, I think it's 4. Yes, it's a
55
correction
for
there
4.
in my enthusiasm with the
because
fall of that wicket, and 2 5s on the board. It's 4 for 55, not 5 for 55. And Orozco picking up a wicket there, and she would have been very happy now with an opportunity that went to Grong in her previous over, a catch that went to Grong, and doing it on her own now and getting a wicket out bowled. So 4 wickets down for 55. Jamaica
Excellent.
trying to build back in the innings, losing Bo. The vice captain Monica Reid is out in the middle, joining the captain still.
Oh yes, indeed, and I think this is the partnership that they will be relying on to really set to lay things, to steady off the innings, because right now the ship seem to be rocking a little, and they will be looking towards their captain and their vice captain to steady that ship, to take them to a reasonably good total, if they are going to get to a challenging total, or a total in which will give the host country some thinking about. Reid, the left-handed, she is trusting to strike once more as we see the completion of the 17th over. Score is 56 for 4.
An excellent over there from Orozco, picking up the wicket of Bo, and she now has 1 for 8. So not just the wicket, but she's been very economical as well. And after a good start from Ram Tahal and Harry Lal, 1 wicket to Harry Lal. Ram Tahal, no wickets, but 4 runs conceded in her 4 overs. Excellent economy rate from her of 1. 12 extras in the innings, 11 of them being wides, contributing to this total of 55. And the captain is out there, Abigail Bryce, on 18. Boer went for 4.
Harry Sharan continues her spell, and this one is right up there to Bryce. And Bryce plays a nice drive, but it went straight to the extra cover or cover, and there's no run. Harry Sharan will be hoping to keep things tight in this over to really frustrate the Jamaicans, and particularly their captain, who is one of the main batters in this lineup. Good delivery right up there, and Bryce just came forward and played with some power. A straight hit back past. It attempted to go past the bowler. Harry Chan made a stop, and there is no run. Harry Chan is tossing the ball from hand to hand as she comes up the bowl to Bryce. This one is on the leg side. And no run. So the score remains at 56 for 4. We are in the 18th over. Harry Charan has 1 for 11, and this will bring her to her fourth over. Let's see if this will bring her some luck. She'll be hoping that she can get rid of the Jamaican skipper. Good delivery and right up there, and Bryce is up to the task. She comes down the wicket, attempting a single. Good stop indeed. Excellent stop by the fielder at point at extra cover, and the batsmen were forced to abandon any thoughts about going for a sharp single. And you can see Bryce looking up and saying, well, I mean, it's a good call from our Vice Captain Reid. This one is right up there, and Bryce is right coming forward and just stroking it to cover, and there is no run. So this is a quiet period of play indeed. Good delivery from Harry Charan, right up, tossing it right there, and Bryce coming forward and making sure that the ball does not slip through. The end of the over, end of the 18th over. Jamaica sent into bat. They are 56 for 4.
The fourth maiden of the innings there, delivered by the captain Harry Charan. So a good over on the back of taking the wicket of Bo. 56 it remains for 4, 18 overs gone. The current run rate stands over 3 runs and over. And the captain and vice captain for Jamaica out there in the middle with Abigail Bryce on 18. And Orozco is going to continue as expected, taking that wicket. And a different prospect here with the left-hander Reid on strike. Hit in the air and coming under it and taking a comfortable catch there. Looks like is it Sukram there taking that catch there and mid of a full toss. We look at it again, and no question of the height from the umpires, and it was hit in the air, popped up in the air, trying to pull across the line, and Orozco takes a second wicket now. She now has 2 for 9 as the 5th wicket now still goes down.
Yes, indeed, the 5th wicket has just fallen there. Reid, the vice captain, I thought it was a full toss. She could have put that ball anywhere, any part of the ground, but she chose to go straight down, and she picked out Sukram. Sukram didn't make any mistake at all. She allowed it to come to her. She settled under it and made sure that it went into her hands, and that was the end of Reid.
I was just looking back at the height of the delivery there, and umpire Holder at square leg was satisfied. It was below the waist. It was tossed up very high in the air, very generous flight indeed. Of course, it would have been dipping with the pace of the delivery, dipping down very quickly as well. And the umpire judging that it was a legitimate delivery, and the catch the catch will stand. The fall of the wicket will stand.
Oh, yes, I thought what happened there too is that that delivery was a little outside the off stump. It wasn't onto the closer to the batter, so that must have been one of the deciding factors that went through the mind of umpire Laurie when she allowed that to go, and the wicket went down. So the new batsman at the crease, we see joining her captain is Miller, Anisha Miller, and let's see what she can do.
No ball. No ball signal by the umpire. As still the presiding umpire, Laurie, so it would have to be for overstepping on this occasion and a free hit.
Oh yeah, and sometimes it baffles me at times when you have spin bowlers stepping over the line, but that's the modern game. No, because a long time spin bowlers hardly used to overstep the line, hardly go across the line, but now with so many variations and things that they're thinking about.
Tugged into the onside, out to deep mid wicket, and Harry Lal is out there sweeping. So just a 1 run coming off of the free hit. And Orozco, yeah, just sending the fielders back out into deep, ensuring that they're on the deep, on the onside as Bryce comes back in to strike the captain. Flighted down the leg side, it's played in the air, and a couple bounces, and excellent work done there by Sukram on the boundary. As the throw comes in, they will get 2, the captain for Jamaica, as she moves on to 20, 59 for 5. So Orozco just ensuring that the fielders went exactly back onto the boundary rope and asking them to just stay on it, because she's anticipating the power of Bryce that is going to come quickly as well, for them to stay in their positions on the boundary, not walking too far. That's a googly delivery there, coming back in and just missing outside the off stump. Oohs and ahs from the players' pavilion next to us here, and hands on head out there in the middle.
Good delivery indeed. That was a googly, and I thought, but Bryce read it well because she shoulder armed and it came back after it passed the wicket. Good delivery again from Orozco.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to be leaving alone a googly delivery outside of the off stump.
But she had to be reading. She got to be reading it right, because that one came back a long way. But if not that, well, she must have been very, very fortunate indeed. A good delivery indeed. That was a well-pitched googly. And we see Casa is making her way back onto the field of play as the substitute. Who's this?
Yeah, so just a correction. Superville was the one who took the catch out there off of the Orozco full toss delivery. Monica Reed hit it in the air to her. She was on the field for Kanika Kassar, which is why I took a minute to try and figure out who it was. It was in fact a substitute on the field.
Superville.
Yeah, Superville there taking that catch. And it was not Sukram. So just that slight correction there. Reed went incidentally for no score.
Yes.
Just the 2 deliveries she faced. And Miller with on strike here now, with the captain at the non-strikers end on 20. 5 wickets down, we remind you, with the score on 59 and 19 overs gone.
Harry Charan continues her spell, and she's been working extremely hard to keep that Lincoln line, and she's keeping things tight from this end, making sure that things don't get out of hand. As she's bowling this time to Miller, Anisha Miller. And Miller will bring this a big one indeed, high in the air, and she's caught. This one was a full pitch delivery. Miller came forward and saw it, and she hammered it. It went high into the air, and the fielder down there settled on it and pulled off a comfortable catch. So that's the end of Miller there. The end of Jamaica loses their 6th wicket. And Harry Charan, well, she picked up her 2nd wicket so far from her 11 overs. So let's have a second look here. Big hit indeed. It went all the way high into the air. She settled on it.
Looks like a Roscoe.
It looked like a Roscoe. Yes, it is. It is a Roscoe.
Well, if anybody is going to take a catch out there, it's going to be a Roscoe.
Yes.
The ball has been tracking her in the outfield, and when she took that catch, Astil just hands outstretched.
Yes.
As if to say, it's following me.
And that is why I was able to recognize her out there with her trademark finish. Every time she takes a catch, she extends both arms. So that's the end of the 6th wicket. Jamaica 59 for 6 in the 20th over. And Abigail Bryce, now the Jamaican captain, she's quickly running out of partners. And I think now might be the time where she will be telling herself it's now or never, where she has a step on the accelerator. And joining her captain out there, the batters crossed.
So no relation. Diane Bryce is going to be facing up. The fall of that Miller wicket. And it's in the air again, and guess who? It's Jessica Orozco coming in, and hands outstretched again. Astil takes the catch, and she is in a celebratory run around the ground as the ball is certainly tracking her in the outfield. As the 7th wicket goes down now, Astil.
Excellent catch indeed. Well timed, well judged indeed. These balls that go up in the air, those deliveries that go up in the air from the bat, it takes a lot of judgment and it takes a lot of settling under, and Orozco has been doing it with tremendous ease. And yes, she is showing her trademark runaround and celebration, the extended arms. Jamaica have lost their 7th wicket there. Diane Bryce going down, no relation to the captain. One delivery she faced, and she pulled that one. As we can see in our replay here, she pulled it very hard indeed, and Orozco didn't miss out again on that take. So
well, it's a carbon copy of the previous dismissal, that of Miller, and it's almost a steady procession from the pavilion. The 5th wicket fell with the score. In fact, the 4th wicket fell with the score on 55. The 5th wicket fell with the score still on 55. There was a maiden over in between. The 6th wicket fell with the score on 59, and now again the 7th wicket falling with the score still on 59. So a bit disappointing from the Jamaicans here. The captain is at the other end. She'll be disappointed as well. And the same type of shot, knowing that your captain is there, not out on 20 at the opposite end, and hitting the ball in the air straight to the fielder.
And the fielder that had been doing exceedingly well with her catching. Her hands had been a safe pair of hands. And when that wicket went down of Diane Bryce, I see the captain, she shook her head in disappointment, because she knows that wicket was uncalled for and that she is there. So let's see how she will respond to batting with the lower order.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pattern we're seeing in the tournament. As Harry Charan, 2 wickets. She's on a hat-trick and a dot delivery for the hat-trick delivery of Harry Chan. 2 wickets in the over from the captain, who now has 3 for 11. We've seen the lower order really struggle to build the partnerships from the majority of the teams in the tournament. As left-hander Brianna Plummer is on strike with the score on 59. So 2 wickets falling with the score on 59. 2 wickets falling with the score on 55 as well. And 4 wickets going with the score in the 50s. So a bit disappointing from the Jamaicans' point of view. They need somebody there to stay with the captain and try and build a partnership. Far too often we've seen that once the main batters in the innings fall, there is a struggle for the lower order to bat long and keep the ball out, survive and rotate the strike and build a partnership with a senior player out there in the middle.
Oh yes, and I think Jamaica must have. Well, the captain indeed, Abigail, will feel somewhat disappointed because the last two wickets they were carbon copies of each other. And knowing that she's there, knowing that she is a good player, I believe those two batters should have realized that the captain is there, and there's hope. Once she's there, there's hope. But Monsieur Roscoe continues her spell, and she's bowling to no other than the Jamaican captain, who is not out on 20 odd. So let's see how she approaches, how Abigail will approach the rest of the innings with the lower order. And this one is a beautiful delivery indeed, a good delivery from Roscoe. I believe the longer she bowls, the better she looks. And confidence indeed. She has taken 3 catches, so her confidence level will be very, very high. And that is showing up now in her bowling.
Yeah, there's a googly delivery again, and absolutely not reading it there was Bryce, allowing the ball. She was anticipating it's going to go across, or got in position to play a cut, and then just had to drop her hands. She was in no position to play the googly coming back into her.
And like I was saying, Billy, there's no greater thing. I'll come back to that point. Yeah, that one was on the leg stump there, and Bryce swinged it around there with some power. It eluded the fielders down there and went over the ropes for 4. Just as I was pointing out, that saying how Roscoe, having taken those 3 catches, her confidence level was good, was right up there, and it is showing in her bowling. She put one down the leg side, and that one was treated with by Abigail Bryce, who picked up 4 runs.
She got in a bit of a tangle there, chasing that one down. Harry Lal on the boundary. She's done quite well out there, but just got her legs tangled up a bit, trying to stop it. Maybe got there too early. This one is played back down. Look like another googly there from Orozco. Yeah, Harry Lal chasing it around. She got there and couldn't quite get the hand around or the boot out to stop it. Might have been in 2 minds if to stick the boot out or get the hand down, and it was struck with some power. As in contrast to this one, just tapped into the onside, and coming off the boundary is Sukram, this time at deep square leg, limiting the batters to just 1 as the over comes to an end. And Bryce wouldn't be too disappointed with that single, because it means that she has now gotten the strike for the 22nd over as the score moves on to 64 for 7.
Oh yes, indeed, and Sukram have been doing this, some tremendous work on the outfield. She's showing her agility because she's moving around very quick indeed, and cutting off where some of the feet, when it might have been 1 or it might have been 2 or 3, but she has been showing her agility, her swiftness in the field, and this is what you want from those fielders in the deep. They must be able to come around quickly, pick up and have that ball back to the keeper. As we can see, the captain is making sure that all her fielders are in the right place.
Yeah, it's going to be a bowling change here now, and looks to be Harry Lal coming back into the attack. The opening medium pace bowler. She had 1 for 10 in her first 3 overs. We thought she could have been given a another over, a 4th over, after she picked up that wicket of Sutherland, the Jamaican opener. She picked up her wicket for 2 when the score was on just 7 in the 6th over, so she was bowling quite well, and we just were wondering if she would have been given an additional over. She was replaced by Kassar, so she's coming back into the attack now and looking to try and pick up another couple wickets here with the lower order, batting with the Jamaican captain Abigail Bryce, who is on strike, and as we suspected, she's going to be giving a single to long off as Superville. She is back on the field, and yeah, chipped in the air down to Davis at long on, who does the fielding. So Bryce gives up that single, and Bryce takes the single, in fact, as Trinidad and Tobago were giving up that single to her in anticipation of getting to bowl at the new batter in that of Plummer.
Yes, indeed, and I thought, let's see how this one unfolds and how it plays out, because I thought Bryce will be looking at how much of the strike she will be taking, but she has exposed the Plummer to 5 deliveries, and a good delivery from Harry Lal outside the off stump again. You can see a very, very, very good delivery. The Plummer came forward, the left-handed Plummer. Plummer came forward, didn't make contact, and the ball went under the bat through to the wicketkeeper.
And just have a look at her wrist position here, Harry Lal, as she comes into bowl. She has that high, that wrist in that cocked position. So hence she's able to get that ball to move around, and has a nice high arm position and pulls down on that seam with that wrist snap. Yeah, good look at it there. Again, it's punched uppishly to Kassar at extra cover. So a nice strong wrist position there from Zakia Harilal. Getting that ball to move around in the air and off the seam.
That's the reason why she is able to really get that ball to get some sideway movements. So when there's a little way outside the off stump there, and Plummer, the left-handed Plummer, came forward, played a stiff back drive or a straight drive. It went past the bowler, and that allows the batters to go through for a comfortable single.
Well, it's a risky single, and I'll tell you why. She takes a single off of the 5th ball of the over, Plummer, and the bowler got a hand to it. It didn't go too far past the stumps, and she was hustling the captain through for a single. Now, Bryce would be aware, or should be aware, that 5 balls have gone in the over. So, and this one is tucked around the corner, and she is going to get the single. I'll tell you why I thought it was important. Because, Astil, it meant that she would have kept the strike for the next over. So these are the thoughts that have to be going through the minds, and I wonder if Bryce just hesitated in coming through for a quick risky single, knowing that she would prefer to stay and just 1 ball for Plummer to face so that she'll have the strike at the start of the next over. Luckily, she's gotten a ball that she was able to turn into the onside and get that single off of the final delivery of the 22nd over. 67 for 7. And the captain, Abigail Bryce, a very important innings here from the Jamaican captain. She's on 27 off of 48 deliveries.
And through, and that will have been going through her thought pattern indeed, because I'm sure she's aware that she is with the low order, and she will try to attempt to farm the bowling as much as possible. But Orozco again returns, and this one from Abigail Bryce. She hammers this one through mid-wicket. The sweeper down there, the one on the deep mid-wicket fence, comes around, picks up and returns to the bowler. But in the meanwhile, they went through for 2 comfortable runs. As Orozco, this one is down the leg side. Bryce attempted a big sweep, misses, and the keeper didn't take well, or didn't take cleanly, but no harm was done, as there was no additional run to the total. 69 for 7. We end the 23rd over.
Another full toss. Yeah,
another full toss indeed, tossed up by Orozco. And Bryce attempted to make to hammer this one. Didn't get hold of it all the way which she would have liked, but she still got it down to the square leg fence, and they went through for a single.
So the left-hander Plummer comes in to strike, and we saw Orozco bowling to the left-handed Monica Reid, and just 1 delivery picked her wicket up as she changed to around the wicket as she's doing here now for the left-handed Plummer. 7 wickets down, 70 runs on the board. So trying to build a partnership here, Plummer is with Bryce. Yeah, and she's going to get, well, they turned the single down. And Astil, you know, it bemuses me. We saw in the last over, they were coming through for a quick single, taking a risk to get Bryce on strike for just 1 delivery remaining in the over. And now that could have been a single there, and they've turned the single down, which would keep Plummer on strike. for the bowling of Orozco.
And that was the fourth delivery. This is a wide, a wide one indeed from a no ball.
Yeah, that one pitching outside the playing surface, outside of the pitch, signal wide, and a free hit. So we've seen Orozco just struggle with a few deliveries, and it's a difficult art, the leg spin. And when she does manage to pitch it to the right-handers outside the off stump, they've struggled to play it. As we see this one here, just losing all control of that one for the left-hander coming on strike. And she had that protection in the deep, and it's precisely for that, to try and get some protection with that difficulty in maintaining control. Another full toss here. They're not going to get the single, as Harry Charan does the fielding at the mid-wicket. So she can bowl a loose delivery or Orozco, but when she's got it right, it's been wicket-taking deliveries. And you tend to take the good with the bad when it comes to leg spin as well. We all know you can get out of a bad delivery as well.
Orozco once again, and that one is right there. Good delivery. And sometimes, believe me, because of the combination of the right and left, the left and right combination, that sometimes throws off a bowler, especially where if you're not a seasoned campaigner and you got to be facing up to a very aggressive Abigail, and you have a new one coming in, so you don't know exactly where you want to put it, and sometimes in that confusion in the mind, it is played out with that particular delivery.
Yeah, with leg spinners, you tend to take the good with the bad, because you do know when they get it right, they are certainly a handful. And because they are strike bowlers, really, leg spinners, and they can bowl, those wrist spinners can bowl, get the ball to go both ways, and can be very difficult to read. And as such, you tend to forgive any loose deliveries, and particularly even a loose delivery, a full toss or a long hop. Batter's eyes tend to light up, and sometimes they just put it straight in the hands of the fielders, as Monica Reed did it.
Oh,
and
yes.
She picked up a wicket off a full toss.
Correct. Indeed, I mean, leg spinners, they were, once they are on song, they are precious as a precious bit of metal, and you got to be able to take the good with the bad with them. And Orozco has had her share and challenges, but she is doing well. I mean, she has picked up 2 wickets, I believe. 2 wickets, and so we are looking now at Casa. Casa is back into the attack. She replaced the captain from this end, and this one is outside the off stump. Abigail let's came across and show arms and allow her to go to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run.
Ringing in the changes here is Brianna Harry-Charan, just a 1 over from Harry Lal, and returning with Casa at the southern end, and changing it up a bit. This one is not going to be, yes, it is in fact going to be a single, as a misfield by the captain. Well, it's a mix-up out there in the middle, and this is what I was speaking about. They were only going to get a single, but Bryce recognizing that because it's only going to be a single, and she wants the strike, so she sends back Plummer, who is very eager to come through for singles. But Bryce accepting the responsibility, she's on 30 in this total of 71, and accepting the responsibility, the captain, that she wants to face the majority of deliveries. And perhaps it's because it's against Casa as well, knowing that this is a seasoned West Indies under 19 opening bowler facing up against a seasoned under 19 West Indies player in that of Abigail Bryce, not wanting to expose Plummer to this type of fast medium bowling.
Yes, and I think Plummer must be on the same page with her captain, because she has to realize that the captain is the informed batter and the informed player, the one who's the better one. So she needs to be on the same page. She needs to be reading the game right, because they have lost 7 wickets for 71 runs, and this is definitely the lower order, and the captain is trying her best to advance the score but keep the wickets intact. Good delivery from Casa, quick one right up there, and Bryce is right up there with the task, driving to cover, straight to cover.
Now, Plummer is not wrong. There was a misfield, so and the single was on offer, but there has to be a word in terms of the strategy between the captain who's at the crease with her, and from the coaches as well. What is going to be your method of operation batting with the lower order?
Down the leg side from Casa there, and the umpire signals are wide as the batters went through for that single.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing to do when you're batting out there in the middle, to adjudicate when are you going to take that single, are you going to turn one into two, and how much of a risk you want to take to absorb the majority of the deliveries here, Bryce. But with her on 30 from 55, as they have that discussion there, the two out in the middle, and I think that is exactly what Bryce is saying to Plummer, that there are two deliveries to come in the over, and I just need you to play these out. She's bowling a bit faster than you would normally expect on a match pitch situation, Kasa. She's a fraction a bit faster than your typical medium pace bowlers, and I just want you to block her out for two deliveries, so I'll have the strike at the start of the next over. Let's see how it goes.
You couldn't have said it better than that, and I think that's exactly what I became myself conveyed to Plummer. You defend, make sure you hold your wicket, and leave the scoring up to me, and the calling also up to me. And I think that will be a simple plan like that. You defend, leave it up to, and leave the scoring up to me, and let me do the calling.
So it's just one delivery to face and to survive for the end of the over. And yeah, there's Bryce. She's turning the single down. It's the last delivery of the over. So clearly the message is out there as the over comes to an end and the umpire holder summons on the drinks after 24 overs with the score 73 for 7. She turns down that single there, Asil, which tells me that definitely 100% sure, because Bryce wants to strike at the start of the next over, knowing as well it's going to be after a break in play. And sometimes we do know what tends to happen when there is a break in play. Sometimes in this limited over form of the game, you tend to lose a quick wicket on resumption. So Bryce quite aware of that, opting not to take the single. And Jamaica, who were bowled out for 51 in their last game against the Windward Islands and had a couple low totals. Jamaica 74 in their previous game against Barbados, but they do have the ability to bat long and score big totals. They had the top score in the tournament of 155 in 35 overs against the same Trinidad and Tobago outfit. So Bryce is aware that they can bat quite well against this Trinidad and Tobago team, and looking now to absorb the majority of the strike, Astle.
Oh yes, and with 11 overs to go, because we are at the end of the 24th over, I think Bryce is reading it right, and Plummer has to be on the same page. The players are having a well-deserved drinks break, and we too will take a break. When we come back, we continue with the action down at the Sir Frank Royal Ground in UB St. Augustine.
So we're back here live at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, referred to at times as Sir Frank Worrell Field, in St. Augustine at the University of the West Indies campus. And we're going to see a return of the vice captain of Trinidad and Tobago. Amrita Ramtahal has the ball in hand from the northern end. Her opening spell conceded just 4 runs in 4 overs, 1 maiden to her. So the captain bringing back Kassar in the last over, and now Ramtahal. There was an over as well from Harilal, the opening bowler. So bringing back her medium pacers. Captain Hari Charan looking to extract a wicket here and dismiss Jamaica. Batting quite well out in the middle is the captain of Jamaica, Abigail Bright. She's on 30, having struck 3 boundaries and faced 55 deliveries. And the score on 73 for 7. Driven out to the captain, Captain Harry Charan, as I just got a glimpse of Samara Ramnath, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, before her finger injury, as she joins her fellow teammates there. She's out of uniform, and a lot of fans would have been disappointed that she wasn't able to take part in this tournament, as Ramtahal aborts her run, and just Samara Ramnath not able to participate, and Captain Trinidad and Tobago, but that is how opportunities arise at times for Harry Charan, and she's grabbed it here with both hands.
Yes, indeed, and this one is from Ramtahal right up there, but Bryce went across the line trying to make use of it. But the game is at a very, very delicate stage at this time. There's, after this over, there's 10 more overs to go, and I think the Trinidad and Tobago team will be looking for containment and also taking up the rest of the wickets. Yeah, but Bryce. Jamaica will be looking to really push on, and Bryce drive this one down to mid-off.
Yeah, she disappointed there. The minute she struck it, the long off was a bit wide. She hit it fairly straight down the ground past Ramtahal, and she was eager to look for that second run, but quickly onto the ball. And we'll just confirm, it looks like Davis out there at long off was quickly onto it and denied them that second run. So it is going to be Plummer who's going to have to face up to Ramtahal. Bryce disappointed she wasn't able to get 2. And she's trying to drive to mid-off, comes off the inner portion of the bat to the captain, Harry Charan, doing the fielding at mid-wicket, and they can't get the run. So the score stays on 74 for 7. We're in the 25th over, and Jamaica are, I would say, doing a little bit better than hanging on here. As still, they're looking to put a partnership together and be very positive out there in the middle. Yeah, and that's I think that's the thinking at this moment between Plummer and her captain. Is particularly Plummer has to be looking at her captain at all times, because the captain is the one who is in form and who has been leading the scoring. So she has to be there doing a holding role and allow Abigail Bryce to really go after the bowlers and to advance the score to a respectable total. Pushed in the air, protection out there, and for the second time in 2 deliveries they've turned that single down, and the captain now is going to have a word with a Plummer, because that single was on offer. The cover is a bit deep and they might have been able to come through for a single. In fact, it's the end of the over as they meet up there. Just the score just fractionally late to ticking over to that 25 over mark, and definitely they're turning the single down twice because of the fact that Bryce wants to have that strike at the start of every over. It does mean, however, that they're turning runs down, but they have the bigger picture, which is the more important factor, that Bryce must face the majority of deliveries. Oh, that's true, Billy. I mean, Bryce has to take charge, has to face the majority of the deliveries, but they must be smart in doing it, because if you turn down the runs, it could come back to hurt you. It could come back to bite you. But Plummer has to be on the same page. She has to know exactly when her captain calls her through to come for a single, because the captain is the one who's in control. And we saw this off of the second delivery, I believe it was, in the Ramtahal over, or was it the first delivery, Astel, where we said that she was going across the line of the deliveries, because as you say, they have to be very careful turning the singles down and not adding to the total via the singles route, and which is why Bryce is trying to force scoring shots for deliveries that are not quite there, and on that evidence in the last delivery as well. And it's a loud appeal, and did she get some bat onto that, because it looked very straight, and I believe she got some bat onto that. Not out, says the umpire. Let's have a look and see there, Billy, what happened there. Casa up there. Oh, like she got some bat onto it. Maybe the ball. Yeah, she's holding the bat up as well, indicating that she got something in. But she is moving up and down the crease, trying to advance, not for the first time against Kassar, because she's looking to try and force the issue when she does have strike. Short and hammered out to deep mid-wicket. It'll go into the boundary in a flash. It was hit very powerfully indeed. And playing this cat and mouse game here is Bryce, looking to advance down the wicket and stepping back, prompting Kassar to pitch it in short and falling for the roost there, Kassar. And that one just sat up and hammered by the West Indies under 19 player into the boundary for 4 important runs, 78 for 7.
An intriguing contest between these two experienced players indeed, Kassar and Abigail Bryce. And I mean, Bryce is thinking because she wants to advance the Jamaican score. And Kassar, well, she has the pace and she's looking to remove the Jamaican captain. That one was right up there. Bryce came forward, pushes it to the short cover, and there is no run. An excellent duel between these two players indeed.
At mid-on rather is trying to get across, but it was hit so powerfully down the ground off of, you see, she's just taking that step down and this time pulling off the front foot, getting a lot of power in that shot, and Davis not able to cut that one off. It was hit very hard indeed and goes into the boundary for 4. And interesting, she's up in the ring and trying to prevent a single to keep Bryce down at that end, but Bryce up to the task. She's hit 2 boundaries in the over. It's not Jessica or Roscoe, it is Kassar bowling, and here she gets the single, turning it into the onside. And Trinidad and Tobago need to be on their toes and well aware that they are going to look for that single in the last 2 deliveries of the over and have to be on their toes to try and cut it out. And on that occasion they manages to squeeze the single out to Nightfall at mid-wicket, perhaps just be 2 steps closer in at extra cover and mid-wicket to cut that single out. But the captain is going on quite well here, Abigail Bryce, in this innings for Jamaica.
Oh yes, indeed, Billy. As you rightfully point out, the Trinidad and Tobago team it has to be on the alert. They must have that. They must be looking to cut out the singles because the game, they can win it or lose it at this time. This is a very, very delicate time of the game, a very, very ticklish position of the game, and the Trinidad and Tobago fielders must be on the alert to deny Abigail Bryce from dominating, from controlling this game and taking Jamaica to a total in which she will like. This one from Harry Lal.
You're right, Astil. It is Harry Lal. It seems out there bowling, the vice captain, not Harry Lal, Ramtahal in fact. Continuing on from that northern end. Yeah, there we do have the change. And now we are right up with it there. Amrita Ramtahal. 5 overs, 5.1 overs, 5 runs conceded.
This one was on the leg side, on the middle stump, and Abigail Bryce just comes forward and turns it around to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. The score, Bryce is on 40, having faced 65 deliveries. She weathered the storm earlier on, took her time, and now she's reaping the benefit of it. The score is now 83 for 7 in the 27th over.
And with Bryce, the captain, Abigail Bryce, on 40 off of 67, we can now start looking at that projected score with the run rate just over 3. So it's gone back over 3. A projected score now of 111, reminding you that they made 155 against Trinidad and Tobago in their first encounter in round 3, I believe it was. And they dismissed Trinidad for 99, picking up their first victory in the tournament, Jamaica. And the captain Bryce there on 40, not out. And she played a big hand in that win against Trinidad and Tobago, as she is doing in this game. She was 57 not out in that innings of 155 for 9. And I also believe it's the only team that batted all 35 overs. 35 overs affair these games this year, 2025 Rising Stars Tournament. And Jamaica the only team to bat out all 35 overs. So it's a keen contest out there for 3rd place. Reminding our listeners and our viewers that the first place is being contested between Barbados and the Leeward Islands team across in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex.
That one is outside the off stump from Ramtahal. Let me see Abigail Bright. She's just fishing at it. She fiddles at it outside the off stump, made no contact. The ball went through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. The end of the over, end of the 27th over there. And the score tells us that it's on 70 yard. It's an 83 for 7 at the end of the 27th over.
So it's been a very good second spell as well from Ramtahal, coming back after her first 4 overs. Cost just 4 runs. She's bowled 2 overs, being brought back into the attack in the 25th over. And now there is going to be another change as Kassar is taken out of the attack. And we saw just 1 over from Kassar as well. So 1 over from Harilal, another from Kassar, and now it is the captain herself who's coming into the attack. So ringing in the changes, and clearly it's a strategy they would have adopted after their first encounter playing against Jamaica to try and bowl them out, particularly with Bryce on out there in the middle on 40. I mentioned she had 57 not out in that game, that first game against Trinidad. So, but it has to be said as well as still Brianna Plummer, she's not a rabbit with the bat, that's for sure. She's been surviving quite well, and not just surviving. We've seen her with her stroke play as well on the front foot, and able to drive the ball down to mid-off the cover as well as through the point area. So looking to put on an even bigger partnership here with her captain. I believe the partnership is about 30 runs thus far.
And as you say that, Billy, that one sneaked through, and Plummer is on the way. Bowled by Brianna Haricharan. Good delivery. Plummer was caught in no one's land. She wasn't backward or she wasn't forward. She was just caught in no one's land. And the ball sneaked through under the bat and cannon into the stumps. So that's the fall of the 8th wicket. As Jamaica slipped again, 83 for 8. We are in the 28th over.
And that wicket really, it has to be said, is come from, apart from the excellent bowling from the captain Harry Charan, it's based on the pressure, it's on the back of the pressure built by Ramtahal in her last over. She's bowled 2 maidens, another maiden in her last over, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 5 runs. As we have another look at that, it's a peach of a delivery really. It's pitching just on a good length in that blind spot for left-handers, that they tend to have a blind spot in that area between middle and leg on the line of the leg stump, to good length deliveries and going through between bat and pad. She couldn't get forward, as you mentioned, and with that turn and the guile of Brianna Haricharan picking up her 3rd wicket, her 4th wicket in fact. She has 4 for 11 now into her 6th over. So the bowling change working for the captain, breaking the partnership, which was looking quite promising.
As the captain continues her spell, just removing the Plummer.
24 runs in fact was the partnership.
Excellent partnership indeed for the lower order. This one is right up there for from Harry Charan. Is tossed up and coming forward. The new batter comes right forward and smothers any spin that she may have expected.
Full flighted delivery, and we look as that one is pulled out. Orozco it is at mid wicket, just 3/4 way to the boundary. Yeah, it is in fact going to be signal, as we're keeping an eye on the umpire as well, and confirmed it's going to be another extra to the innings, and that one pitched over the height of the waist, and this is going to be a free hit delivery as Kamari Campbell is going to face up to it. Is it?
Yes, it's Campbell.
We just wait for. Yeah, it is Campbell.
Yes, it is Campbell, and that one was short, and Campbell tried to swing it around, pull it around, missed completely. The umpire had a close look because she leaned forward. She went to her right to make sure that things were right, but it seemed like it was a no ball.
Well, I was just wondering if she was struck in front. But of course, being a no ball couldn't be out LBW.
Oh, that's why there was a stifle appeal from the keeper.
It's a good looking shot there from Campbell onto the front foot, stroking that delivery out from the Trinidad and Tobago captain to Davis at mid-on. So Bryce has to again try to establish the same type of partnership here now with Campbell. And it's of vital importance to try and get Jamaica, firstly, anywhere close to 90 and then 100 and over.
Good delivery from Harry Charan right up there, and Campbell was up to the task. She came forward and played a very good defensive stroke at the end of the over. So that's the end of the over. I see the umpire is having a word. Oh, she's...
Yeah, I think they're waiting confirmation. There was 6 deliveries in the over by our count, but there was a no ball as well and a free hit.
Yes.
So holder, umpire holder, just waiting at her presiding end and walking away now. So in fact, they confirm it's the end of the over.
So that's the end of the 28th over, 84 for 8. Jamaica having been sent into her first strike. And their captain is soldiering on. She's carrying the bat. She's on 40 not out. And Ramtahal is bowling to Bryce.
Yeah, that one worked into the onside and landing just in front of Nightpole there at square leg. Just tucked in the air as Ramtahal bowling her final over of the inning. She has none for 5. An excellent 2 spells of bowling by the Trinidad and Tobago vice captain. Bowling now to the Jamaican captain. Yes, this is hit down the ground with some aggression, but the fielder is in the ring. And there's no run. So they're not giving her the single here at mid-on. The long off is in place. There's a sweeper on the offside as well as the onside at deep mid-wicket. The square leg is in the ring as well. This one worked away and can't quite get down to knock it down. There is Kasa at mid-wicket, but Bryce turning the single down.
Oh yes, this is just the second delivery. Oh. And so Bryce, I think that from my counting, there's 3 deliveries went, but I'm seeing there's 2 has been registered. But so Bryce is she's counting. This one is a hammer there through the short extra cover, and they get through. That one went through, and so the batters make their way through for a single. One more to the total, and the score advances by 1, 85. So coming into strike there is Marie Campbell.
Well played. Defending quite well there is Campbell, recognizing as well that she has got to stay there with her captain. They would have been very confident against Trinidad and Tobago, having posted 155 in their last game. They would have been bitterly disappointed, and we haven't had an opportunity to discuss Jamaica not being able to get through to the final. They needed a victory in their last game against the Windward Islands, and this is over the head of mid-on. It's going to go close to the boundary, and Campbell is going to get a boundary here. Is she? Yes, she is. It goes into the boundary. 89 now for 5, and a loose delivery here in her final over. Her final delivery, Ramtahal, a full toss, perhaps striving for the Yorker, and delivering a full toss that put away for bound. Just look at the height here as well. Ruskin still is very interesting, the height of that delivery.
Oh yes, indeed. I thought she was somewhat fortunate to get away with it, but it was a welcome boundary and well accepted by the Jamaicans, because things were they are looking to really push on from here on and to take that score to a total in which they'll be comfortable bowling at, and that delivery was a welcome one. and Campbell made full use of it. End of the over, and we can see we are on to the, that was the end of the 29th over, and we are on to the 30th over.
Yeah, that final delivery just spoiling her figures a tad bit, Ramtahal, as the captain continues now. And she is in her last over as well, has 4 for 12, Brianna Haricharan. And they've given away the single. And exactly what they would not have wanted. The captain is not happy at all, because they would have had the opportunity to bowl at Campbell. And now Bryce has gotten back onto strike with that over through.
Yes, a bit of some bit of a sloppy feeling there indeed. And at this stage of the game, you got to be very alert, because this is where you can win it or lose it. Because the Jamaicans are looking to press on. There are 2 more wickets to go, and and Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to at least limit them to a reasonable total in which they can chase down. So they must be very careful at this stage, as Harry Charan bowls to Bryce. And Bryce is coming right forward and pushing his back to the bowler. Bryce is on 43. She's 7 away from a half century, having faced 76 deliveries. So she'll be looking to reach that landmark, as Harry Charan will be looking to deny her that. Harry Charan pulls out of that delivery. Wasn't comfortable with having everything well set to deliver, so she will try again. .91 for 8. We're on the 30th over. This one is short, and Bryce is right back onto the stumps and playing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
You're just slowing things down in this over. Is the captain, Harry Charan. She's taking her time, being patient, has a word, the umpire has a word with her as well. As you could see, she's taking it very, very slowly. Wants to get her field exactly right for Bryce. And definitely wanting to bowl at Campbell, trying to give Bryce a single. And Bryce is onto it. And just playing that one out. And still, this is 4 deliveries gone in the over now. So it's going to be a change of mindset out there from the Jamaican captain. She might just be looking for that single now to get on to strike in the next over. And Campbell has to be well aware of it, as well at the non-strikers end. The mid-wicket as well as the extra cover have to be on their toes.
All the fieldsmen must be on their toes, because they should be reading the play and should be counting how much deliveries have gone already and trying to deny Bryce that single, which will take her to the non-strikers end. And this one is pushed there, and you can hear Bryce saying, yeah, come on, let's go. And she went for that comfortable single. Campbell responded. 1 delivery to go there. The score advances to 92.
And I don't think Brianna Haricharan would be too disappointed with that single either. She gets 1 delivery at Kimari Campbell. Yeah, she's taking her time. And in this over, it's not for the first time she's pulled out and aborted the run up into bowl. And there's a lot on the mind of the captain here. The field setting, trying to get the right person on strike for her to try and pick a wicket.
She comes in the bowl to Campbell. Campbell is right for the final delivery of the 30th over. So Jamaica fights on. Their captain has read it right, and she'll be the one taking a strike in the 31st over. And while Trinidad and Tobago will be trying to deny them, to keep them down to a target in which they feel comfortable that they can chase down. Score is 92 for 8 in the 30th over. Billy?
Yeah, and just looking at the time as well, as we approach that 13 minutes past 12. 30 overs gone, 5 overs to come, and not for the first time. Jamaica have batted out 30 overs in this Rising Stars tournament. Not too many teams have gotten to the 30 over mark. Jamaica certainly has been one of them, led by their captain Abigail Bryce, who's on 44 off of 79 deliveries. They look quite good coming into that final round game, as I was mentioning earlier on a few overs ago against the Windward Islands. And a win in that round 5 game against the Windward Islands would have put them in the first place playoff.
Oh yes, I like the way in which Abigail went above this innings. She absorbed the pressure. She took her time at the start of her innings, and there she is now reaping the benefits of all the hard work. She's on 44 of having faced 79 deliveries, and she's shoreline on, shepherding her team to a good total.
That's another. Is it going to be? Yes, it's going to be signal wide, as Tobago can't quite take it. That wide delivery from Jessica Orozco being brought back into the attack after Ramtahal finished her second spell, and none for 10 she had in her 7 overs. Her final delivery being put away for a boundary. Lucky not to be called for a no ball over the height of the waist, as it looked to be very close. But she went for 10 runs, an excellent second spell and first spell from the Trinidad and Tobago vice captain. So Orozco, not for the first time, a full toss on the line of the leg stump, and diving away there is Sukram, coming around from deep backward square. Herself and Harry Lal has been set out there, but such has been the exquisite timing of Bryce in this innings. Not for the first time as well, she is able to bisect the 2 fielders despite the desperate dive from Sukram out there trying to knock that one down, and another 4 runs to the Jamaican captain takes her on to 48. And what a gem of an inning she is playing here against Trinidad and Tobago in this 3rd place playoff.
Oh yes, she's leading from the front. She's showing the type of mettle in which the captaincy has been inducted upon her. And she lifts this one high down there to long on.
Yeah, she saw the flight and for a moment thought to chip down to it and put a good piece of bat on that, making it into a full toss and get a good swing through the line of it to try and get a boundary. But being more circumspect, changing her mind because the long on is in place and not wanting to take the risk, the captain just chipped it down in the air and gets the single. Defended here. A slight appeal, is it? Yeah, appeal from Orozco. 3rd ball of the innings. Still, I just saw her thinking if her eyes would have lit up with that flighted delivery, but noting as well she was on 48, not wanting to try and get it over long on and put it into the boundary, that she just took the single instead.
Oh yes, as you're thinking about a team too, and this one from Campbell. Campbell swings this one around. This will bring up the 100 for the Jamaicans. This will take them into triple figures. And Roscoe has to continue bowling her spell. So it's a 100 for 8 in the 31st over. So Jamaica have gotten to 3 figures. And Bryce, who is on 49, she'll be looking to reach her landmark herself in this over. Down the leg side there, a switch from Bryce, misses. Paho didn't take cleanly, but it didn't bring any additional to the score for the Jamaicans, as the ball is quickly retrieved and returned to the bowler. Bryce is on 49, and she'll be looking to achieve that half century now. And and this could be it here. She swings this one around. It goes into the fence. Yes, it does. It goes over the ropes, and that is 4 to the Jamaican captain. Takes her down to, she's embraced by her colleagues. She raises the bat there. A well-played innings indeed. This one was tossed up there by Roscoe, and Bryce did not allow this one to go freely as she hammers it there past the fieldsman down there for 4. She goes on to 53, and a well-played innings indeed from the Jamaican captain. This is the second time I've seen her go past the half-century mark. And what a good innings indeed, Billy.
Yeah, that innings was full of maturity here, getting her second 50 of the tournament. And what an exceptional innings, well played. She had to change gears during the course of the innings. 4 wickets it was that fell with the score in the 50s. And Bryce was out there to witness all of it. She's able to shepherd through the lower order. And going from 59, I believe it was 55 for 5. She's taken the score now to 104 for 8. So batting in partnerships with the lower order, she's able to take her total onto 50 now, as well as the Jamaican total over 100. And she's very confident against this Trinidad and Tobago bowling lineup, and how fitting it was as well to bring up her 50, hit in front of square, another full toss from Orozco, and put away for 4. Orozco, who had an exceptional bowling spell, 2 for 33 in her 7 overs she finishes with, as there's going to be Harry Lal, the opening bowler, coming back into the attack. And she's bowled 4 overs. She bowled 3 overs for 11 at the top of the innings, replaced by Kanika Kassar when she picked up a wicket in that 3rd over, brought back for a spell of just 1 over, and again now reintroduced for her 3rd spell, completing 4 overs. She has 1 for 13, now bowling her 5th over of the innings.
And she's bowling it to Campbell. Campbell, who is supporting her captain, who's on 53. Campbell is on 5. This one is short there, and Campbell's rocked back and pulled this one down too long, and they scrambled through for a single. As this is the time in which the Jamaican batters will be looking to really to squeeze out every single run that will come their way.
Yeah, Campbell as well, returning from last year. She's a senior person in this Jamaican lineup, the opening fast bowler, and looking to put on a partnership there, and she's looking good as well. Backing away here and hitting over. It's gonna go. Is it 1 bounce into the boundary? What a fantastic shot from Abigail Bryce, backing away, exposing all of her stumps to Harry Lal, and pitching outside the off stump, and times it to perfection off of the middle of the bat, and just landing 1 bounce inside the rope, going for 4. And she's certainly switched a gear here as we are in to the final 3 overs of the innings. She's on to 57.
Yes, you can see that she has decided to accelerate, to step on the accelerator here. And that was a lovely inside-out shot indeed. She exposed her stumps and really go for that big one. They hustle through for 2 runs here. And Abigail is squeezing every single run that comes her way. That comes the Jamaican way here. And this following the boundary, she happens to squeeze 2 more.
Yeah, so she was always going to come back for 2. Sorry, Ashley. She was always going to come back for 2, even though it was a Roscoe on the boundary. As they get another single here, and the final delivery of the Harry Lal over, finishing her 5 overs, 21 for 1, with a boundary in that over. So looking to step on the accelerator here, change gears, is the captain Bryce, as well as take the strike for the majority of the deliveries, even though it was Orozco there who's had a good game in the outfield, and they were scampering through for 2 because Bryce wants the strike.
Oh yes, indeed. She realizes at this stage of the game where she can take the game completely away from Trinidad and Tobago. I think the host team, the fielders, they are not moving around with the type of zeal and zest that they had earlier on. And this is where they can lose it or win it at this stage of the game, because there's 3 overs after this one for 35 overs, and Bryce realizes that there is a less a spring in the step of the fielders, and she decided to make maximum use of it. And there she is. She's on 60 not out, having faced 86 deliveries, and her partner Campbell is on 6. The score is 112 for 8 in the 32nd over.
Yeah, so she's gone past her top score of 57 not out in that game against Trinidad and Tobago in round 3. We haven't seen too many teams go past 100. This one's hit in the air, and it's going to land between extra cover, and they're going to come for 2. Excellent running. Well, Campbell would have been in some difficulty there, not just because she dropped her bat, but it was always going to be a tight second run as it was chipped in the air. And Davis it is out there who charged in. She's been very fast in the outfield. Davis got the throw in, but Superville is it into the attack now, was not able to gather cleanly and put the, had she taken it cleanly, she could have affected what would have been a simple run out, but had to get the throw in her hands first. And this time it is no run, it is Superville with the ball in hand.
Oh yes, indeed. Superville, had she taken it cleanly, Campbell would have been in a lot of trouble. But it was not to be, and Jamaica fights on to face another delivery. The score moves on to 114 for 8.
In the air, and she's going to have to go with the captain for 62. Chipped in the air, Barina Haricharan takes the catch at extra cover, and Kira Superville picks up a wicket, her first over, and it's not easy coming in as we look at this dismissal. It's wide outside the off stump. She had room to swing her hands, but right on the 30-yard circle there is Haricharan, who takes the catch straight to her, and an exceptional innings comes to an end with the score on 114. The captain Bryce goes for 62.
Good innings indeed, a very, very well played innings indeed from the captain Bryce there. And I don't think she's a bit disappointed because she wanted to be there at the end of the 35 overs, but it was not to be. At this stage of the game, they are looking to score off every delivery, but she played a tremendous hand in bringing her team to this total 114 for 9, and we are in the 33rd over.
Yeah, and she has to be happy with that innings, not just shepherding, batting with the middle order as well as the lower order as they were losing wickets. She took the majority of the strike. Over 80 deliveries she faced in that innings, mixing aggression with rotation of strike. And 89 deliveries she faced in all, and a wicket to Superville. It's not easy, I was about to say, to be called into the attack in the death overs to bowl your first over, and Superville up to the task, picks up a wicket in her first over off of her third delivery. And not just any wicket, the wicket of Bryce, who was looking to go and accelerate into another gear, but we know still at times when you try to put too much power in the shot, it sometimes goes awry.
Correct, and Superville is right up there to the last wicket in hand. Green is the one that is on debut. Am I correct? Yes, she's on debut. So Superville is bowling to Green, Nicola Green, and as you mentioned, Green showed a lot of maturity here because she came on to bowl to Abigail Bryce, who was on the hunt for runs and who she had to keep things very, very tight indeed. Good delivery from Superville right up there, and Green came right forward and smothered the spin. There's no run. The end of the over. Jamaica is on 114 for 9 at the end of the 33rd over.
We have a glance at the scorecard for Jamaica. Keandra Morgan, beg your pardon, went for 7 over 33 deliveries. She couldn't quite get going, stayed there for a long time. Kristen Sunderland, she went for 2, who had top scored a couple games ago with her knock of 32, was looking quite good as well previously. And Harry Lal it was who picked her wicket up very early on in the innings, and Jadine Ebanks went for 12. The captain Abigail Bryce for 62, Adanya Boa for 4, Monica Reid the vice captain, no score. Anisha Miller went for 1, and Diane Bryce for no score. Plummer for 1, and Campbell is not out there with Green. Campbell is on 6, and they have 2 overs left in the innings as Harry Lal comes back into the attack. And no run here, so it's going to be a bit of a change. Abigail Bryce, who was trying to change into another third gear, tried to hit the ball in the air, couldn't get past Harry Charan, who took the catch at extra cover. And this pair here, the final wicket in the air, and the fielders are in, and they just get a single.
Yes, it's so important that Jamaica seek to bat out their full 35 overs, because every run and every ball will count here, and it is very important indeed for teams to always seek to complete the to face the amount of the overs that is required of them. And Jamaica is trying their best to really hold to face all 35 overs of them. As we see Harry Lal bowl this one right up there to Campbell, and Campbell pushes it there for a single, and the score moves on to 116 for 9. We are in the 34th over, so we are in the penultimate over of this 35 over affair, and Jamaica will be seeking to face every single delivery. But Harry Lal will have other ideas. When it's short there, and Green tries her best to tug it around. That is, Campbell tries her best to pull it around. She made contact, but it went straight to the short mid-on fields person, and there's no run. Harry Lal once again. Good delivery right there, and Campbell is up to the task. She's coming right forward there and playing it very defensive.
Despite that fall of 4 wickets in the middle, the Jamaican batting has looked quite solid. As they call through for a single here, it was played down to Superville at mid-off, who had some work to do getting around to her right. Was travelling quickly, and a bit of hesitation in the running there, and Campbell is just having a word with Green that she was calling her for the single and she was not responding, and I think she might have just been backing up because the ball was coming at her, played back at her, back to the bowler, and so a bit of a delay in coming through for that single.
Yes, it was Campbell's call because the ball was coming to the back of Green, and it seemed like if Green was ball watching, and Campbell got a bit annoyed because it was her call. She was looking at the danger. She called her, but Green was ball watching, looking at to see where the ball went, and Campbell called her through. There was a bit of hesitation, and she showed some annoyance.
Yeah, I think she was blinded as well because it's two schools of thought backing up there, because when it's played back at you, and we'll come back to the point, and in fact we may not be getting a chance to come back to that point, as the innings now with that delivery is from Superville picking up a second wicket, just clips the base of that off stump. As we look at it here again, as the innings comes to an end now, what an excellent delivery here, and this spell from Superville picking up 2 wickets to close the innings off with the score on 117. Jamaica having been dismissed now in that final over, and we were very close to batting out the 35 overs from the Jamaican team. They got to that 155 for 9 in 35 overs in their last game against Trinidad, and on this occasion being dismissed in the final over. So Trinidad and Tobago will require 118 runs for a victory. And the bowling card, I'll just run through it. 7 overs from Ramtahal in 2 spells, none for 10. And Zakia Harilal, 1 for 24. She bowled in 3 or 4 spells, I believe it was. And 6 overs from her, 1 short of her spell. Kanika Kassar bowled 5 overs for 23. Jessica Davis, just a 1 over from her, going for 10 runs, but picking up a key wicket as well. And the captain, Brianna Haricharan, 4 for 15. 2 maidens in her 7 overs. Jessica Orozco, 2 for 33 with 1 maiden in her 7 overs. And Superville has the good-looking figures of 2 wickets for 2 runs in 1.1 overs, coming into bowl the 2 death overs from the northern end. So good stuff from Kira Superville for the Trinidad and Tobago team. 19 extras in the innings, 15 of which were wides, 4 no balls as well in those sundries. So 117 all out, 34.1 overs with a run rate of 3.42.
So an excellent effort from the Jamaicans indeed. They were sent into her first strike, and they suffered an early some setbacks early on during the innings, but the innings was held together by a brilliant innings from their captain, 60 yard from Abigail Bryce. Bryce saw she came in, she withstood all the pressure that was inserted, and she came through playing well to guide her team as Jamaica finished on 117 for 9, and they were just fell short by 3 deliveries from completing their 35 overs. So it's a good run chase, a good total, a challenging total, a fighting total for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They have to get 118 to win. So we are on the change of innings and the break of innings, and when we come back we will continue our coverage of the run chase by the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 women's team down here at the Sir Frank World Ground in UB St. Augustine.
Welcome back here to a very hot St. Augustine, Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground for this match. The second innings, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica posting 117 all out in 34.1 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago requiring 118 for victory. The two openers are out there in the middle, Amrita Ramtahal and Christina Naipaul. They had an excellent opening partnership with Trinidad and Tobago pair a couple games ago, and the first ball is delivered and goes through the wicket keeper and goes all the way to the boundary and through for 4 wides. Diving effort there out in the deep by Tiandra Morgan from deep third on the boundary. She is still down as she chased it down to the boundary edge. Tumbling stop and back to her feet now. Signal 4 wides by the umpires. The Trinidad and Tobago get their innings on the way with 5 sundries. Christina Naipaul facing up to Kamari Campbell, the opening fast bowler for Jamaica. As I welcome back Astil Wren on commentary.
Well, what a way indeed to open your account. That is ever 4. No matter how, whatever way it comes, it will be registered for the national team. And what a way indeed to open your account with 4 extras there. Campbell, this one is short and attempted to swing it around the Ramtahal. Didn't make full contact. It didn't go too far. The keeper just trots around and pick it up, and there is no run. But Campbell will be looking to extract whatever life there is in this wicket, which have been taking a lot of sun since we got started this morning. Outside the off stump wicket, the Ramtahal attempted to go after it, but the umpire signals a wide. It was a bit wide outside the off stump. It went through to the keeper, and there is no run. So it's a score of 6 without loss, and we are the opening over of this innings.
You're not too happy with that call of wide from umpire Laurie, but bowlers are never happy when they're signaled wide, unless it's a blatant wide for down the leg side. That one fractionally wide outside the off stump, and adding to the extras in the innings. Nice looking shot, stroked off of the back foot, rising to the bounce of the delivery there is Naipaul. It's the first time I'm seeing her bat for Trinidad and Tobago, and being brought into the side. Missed a couple of games. Naipaul had an excellent opening partnership with Ramtahal. She scored 32 on Ramtahal 19 against the Windward Islands in that victory. And you just dabbed past point, and the chase is on. They go for 1, and they'll come for 2 as we have a look at the chase in the outfield and retrieving it and limiting the score to 2. Nice shot outside of the off stump from Naipaul for the first runs off of the bat. And 8 now. Every run being cheered by the Trinidad and Tobago contingent in the Faculty of Sport Pavilion. That building down just to our left here, still as we are as well situated on the southern end of the ground, next to the pavilion.
Oh yes, indeed, a well-positioned area indeed. And the chairs here coming from the winner of this encounter will be capturing the 3rd spot in this tournament, which comes to an end today. And you have Naipaul, seemed to be a very, very well put together player. She knows where her off stump is, and she's playing within her limitations. She's right out of this one. She seemed to be a very good all-around batter. From what I'm seeing in this openings over here from her, she's picking up the line very early, and she's doing what opening batsmen are supposed to do. I mean, get behind the ball and really play within the arc. So Campbell once more.
In the air this time, dabbing it to the left of point this time. There is protection out there, and they're going to come through for a second run. It's going to be close. Turning and coming back, doing the chasing there was Morgan, coming around from deep third on the boundary and getting the throw in, and had to put on the accelerator there, Naipaul, to get home as the throw came in A very good throw from Morgan from the deep had Naipaul hustling through. Takes her score on to 4 and 10 without loss.
A good opening over so far, but with one more delivery to go. So let's see what happens here. Good shot indeed from Naipaul. Up there, she played a nice fluent drive to extra cover. The fieldsman make the stop, and there's no run. The end of the over. So a brisk start for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They are off to 10 without loss in the opening over.
And that last game, Trinidad and Tobago was up against Guyana, and the bowled Guyana out for 70. Chased it down with the loss of 8 wickets in 22 overs. The winning runs coming with a wide. There were 21 extras in that victory, and Christina Naipaul top scoring with 15 and 11 to the captain Harry Charan, as Trinidad and Tobago lost a series of wickets very cheaply. And that victory was a crucial game for Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana. Not only did they need to win, sitting at 4th on the table on 8 points, a victory would put them at 12 points. And the Leeward Islands, with their defeat to Barbados, the two teams that went through eventually to the final, as this opening over from Anisha Miller begins from, well, it's yet to begin, a false start. Bowling to Amrita Ramtahal, the Trinidad and Tobago vice captain. And as we're about to get the innings started from umpire Ayana Holder's end, the southern end of the ground, just a bit of a delay as the field is reset. The off spinner, nice flighted delivery. And that game against Guyana are still Trinidad and Tobago. They were behind in terms of the net run rate on .342. And the Leeward Islands, I believe, were hovering around the Barbados rather, were hovering around 2.6, I believe it was, or thereabouts. And for the start of that round 5 encounter, and Barbados was just ahead of the Leewards on net run rate. I'll come back to it. Oh, that one keeps really, really low as Ramtahal was on the back foot looking to punch it into the onside, and it crept along the surface from Miller, dying on the batter, and she's not bowling with a lot of pace. She's just hanging that ball in the air very slow, so you're going to have to generate your own bat speed and momentum through these deliveries.
Good delivery from Miller there. That's one. The previous delivery, it kept all the way on the ground. And I think Ramtahal was very, very fortunate indeed to have survived that one, because had it been on the stumps, she would have been in some trouble. But Miller, short, and Ramtahal went back and pulled this one around. They cross for one, they come for a second, and that could be. It's 4 runs. The fielder down there, they chased it, but the ball, let's see what happened. The ball eluded her and went into the rope. So it's 4 runs. Good shot there from Ramtahal. It was short. She pulled it around. The fielder came across, but didn't make contact, and the ball went through for 4. So it's 14 for without loss in the second over. Short again, Miller. And that's the end of the second over. We see Trinidad and Tobago chasing down a winning target of 117. Well, they are 14 without loss in the second over. The openers are Ramtahal, she's on 4, and also Naipaul, she is also on 4.
Miller just limping away at the end of that over. She seemed to collect that ball somewhere around the ankle area. And her first over gone for 4 runs. Campbell is going to continue. A bit of an expensive start from Campbell, going for 10. Couple of boundaries already in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. One off the bat, one with extras and wides. And just getting back to that, still with Leeward Islands losing to Barbados, their net run rate dropped to just about 1.2 72, and the victory for Trinidad and Tobago got them up to a net run rate of 0.6, and I'll tell you why it was significant. It's off the outside edge, peeling away from a ball just seaming away from Naipaul, but had it quite well covered off of the front foot, and protection out in the deep as well for Jamaica. Jamaica losing, were on 10 points, lost their game against the Windward Islands, and it gave Windward Islands their first win incidentally, and it meant that Jamaica, who were on 10, would not have gone into that second spot on 14 points. So it was up for grabs between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. Trinidad were chasing down 70 runs and needed to get that 70 runs off of 70 balls. Just over in the 7th over. Had they had gotten those runs inside of 11 overs, they would have overtaken the Leeward Islands on net run rate and be into the finals today. Played well by Ramtahal outside the off stump, but it was not to be. Trinidad and Tobago still came away with the victory. Got to 71 for the loss of 8 wickets, as a no ball here is signaled for overstepping the bowling crease. And it's going to be a free hit here. So very interesting results at the end of round 5. Could have meant that had Trinidad chased that down and gotten to a net run rate above the Leeward Islands, it could have been a different story. We're here for the 3rd place playoff, nevertheless, as it's not signaled by a wide. It looked fairly wide there still.
Well, yes, it seemed to be. Campbell was quite fortunate indeed to get away with that one, because to me it seemed like it was it was wide aside the off stump, but Ramtahal being a left-hander, she came across and still could not get to it. So Campbell, you can see, is trying to generate much pace here and trying to break this partnership. This one is short, and Ramtahal just jumps back and pushes it to the short point, and there is no run. So the score remains on 16 without loss, and Jamaica will be looking to pick up early wickets, while the Trinidad and Tobago pair will be looking to consolidate to chase down this total.
Of course, that game across that we are bringing coverage as well from Diego Martin. Just to give you an update on the score, Astel, Leeward Islands were batting 89 for 8 in 19.5 overs, and I understand the rains came and there was a rain interruption. The players went off the field, and I'm just wondering if they decided to take lunch, which would mean it's the end of the innings for the Leeward Islands. And 89 for 8 their total, and Duckwood Lewis might just come into the calculation there for Barbados in terms of how many runs they would require for victory, as Mr. Rudy Ramesa, he will be quickly on to that to do that Duckwood Lewis calculation for that game, that finals game, to determine the winner of the CWI Rising Stars Women Under 19 Championship for this year 2025 across in Diego Martin. In that game, Jazara Claxton went for 28. So they're set to resume at 1:15, so the players might just be taking the field as we speak. And 32 overs they are going to require in that game for Barbados. And the total, just to confirm, will be 89 that they would require. Just confirmation from both our producer and the match referee, Mr. Hayden Bruce. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
This one from Miller outside the off stump there, and Nightball. She is shaped like if she was going to for that big booming drive, but changed her mind. It went through to the keeper, and there's no run. We are down here. This is the start of the 4th over, and Nightball turns this one around short. It kept a bit low, and the fine leg came around. The short fine leg came around and picked up, and there's no run. So the action continues here at the Sir Frank World Ground at UWI St. Augustine, and the score is 16 for without loss in the fourth over.
And just to let you know as well, Miller, it's not that the pitch is keeping low, because it's played quite well throughout the tournament, it has to be said. And a huge thanks goes out to the crew, Mr. Ramnath Prasad and company here at the university at UWI Spec. This one tugged around the corner, and there is protection out there in the deep, and they come through for a single, so the total goes on to 17 without loss in the fourth over. And it's not that the pitch is keeping low, because in previous games we have seen Miller, from that low trajectory that she has, she's not going to get a lot of bounce on the surface unless the ball really grips or hits the seam, which can happen as well. But she is just kind of skidding onto the bat, and the ball is coming through quite low and not keeping low, just to make the distinction.
Okay, yes indeed. And a loud appeal there as Ramsahal attempted to turn this one around. He made no contact. Maybe the ball played against the pad and the tie. And there was a loud appeal. I don't know why. As Miller once more, she will continue. This one is punched through the covers in there. Three players are after it. They picked it up there. And Ramtahal will pick up two more. So a good opening stand for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They are going about this task in a very sensible and easy manner.
Just an update on that finals game between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. As we continue on here, it's 19 without loss, the fifth over about to start, and it looks like a bowling change as well. Campbell coming out of the attack, and Diane Bryce is into the attack, the off spinner, and down the leg side, and they're going to come through for an extra wide about to be signaled by umpire Laurie. So 2 wides to the total. And that's still just to confirm that game. It was 89 for 8, 19.5 overs. Play has resumed. The Leeward Islands are going to have 32 overs to bat. And the 9th wicket has also gone down with the score now on 93. So the game has been reduced to 32 overs and 9 wickets down in that encounter. And Barbados will have 32 overs to bat once the innings break has occurred, and they in fact did take lunch during that rain delay. So the inning continues. Leeward Islands is at the crease batting, and bowling here is Diane Bryce, the off spinner, bowling to the vice captain of Trinidad and Tobago, Amrita Ramtahal.
Score is 21 without loss here. Good start indeed from the Trinidad and Tobago team. This is the kind of, I think they're laying the foundation for this run chase. And Ramtahal comes right forward, attempted a drive. The ball hit the inner portion of the bat. Didn't go in the direction in which she intended, but it went to the short mid-on, and there's no run. Diane Bryce is the one again, the off spinner. Comes in, she bowls. There's a lot of appeal there. This one was short. Ramtahal attempted to pull it around, didn't make contact. The keeper made a vociferous appeal, but the umpire was unmoved. She was not supported there by the bowler herself. So the score remains on 21 for 1 without loss. Well played. There's one right up there, and Ramtahal is pushing forward, making sure that nothing comes through, and there's no run. Both batters are on 6 each. And the score is 21 without loss. So this one is up there. Ramtahal makes some room for herself and slapped this one, not with too much power, but it went straight to the fielder, and there's no run. On the leg stump there, and Ramtahal gave herself room. She cleared that. She cleared that right leg and played a semi-on drive that took the players to a single. At the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago in search of 117. Well, they have set a good foundation indeed. The opening pair, they are 22 without loss. Ramtahal is on 7. And Nightball is on 6.
And the updates continue. Are still in that 5th place playoff. The news from the National Cricket Centre. The Windward Islands have picked up their 2nd victory for the tournament in that playoff game, dismissing Guyana for 51 in 17.5 overs and chasing it down 53 without loss. The Windward Islands in 8.2 overs. A victory for them. As Miller continues here in that Guyana innings, as we were mentioning the scores, the top score from the batters was that of Mahadevi Ramhoridas with 11, and it was the only batter to get into double figures. 14 extras in that innings. As play continues here, 14 extras with 10 wides, 3 leg byes and 1 bye, 14 being the highest score in that total of 51 by Guyana. Of course, Guyana were the defending champions, and they are going to be dethroned this year. Leeward Islands in search of their first regional victory at the women's under 19 level, I believe. And I'll give you the rundown for the Windward Islands team. It's an appeal, not out, says the umpire, heading down the leg side. 3-dot balls in this Miller over. And quickly for the Windward Islands, Amaya Gilbert, a sparkling innings, not out, 42 of 28 deliveries with 7 fours and 1 6. Down the track is Ramtahal. They come through for a quick single off of the inside edge of the bat and gets through for that single. And Delisha Francois, not out 7. And chasing that one down with 4 extras in the total. And 53 without loss in 8.2 overs. So victory for the Windward Islands team in that game against Guyana. Back-to-back victories for them. So congratulations to Amaya Gilbert on her knock, as well as to the captain Natalia Phillip for her 2nd victory of the tournament. Meanwhile, back here are still Trinidad and Tobago looking to rotate the strike, and Jamaica yet to get a wicket. There have been 28 dot balls in this innings inside of 6 overs, with the final over of power play to come, with the score on 23 without loss.
A good start from the Trinidad and Tobago team. I think the openers have realized their responsibility and how much they have to contribute towards this total, because they are going at 117 for victory. So they needed to have a good start. They wanted to have a good start, and now they are 23 without loss in the start of the 7th over. And there we see Ramtahal pushing this one very dropping the ball almost in front of her and taking a quick single. And this is the way in which they have to go about this task, getting every single run that presented itself. And they're going to be also trying to get the boundaries. It's going to be smart and clever batting by these opening batters if Trinidad and Tobago are to get within winning distance of this 117.
So the first time I'm actually seeing Diane Bryce bowl, and it's a 2nd game in the tournament. In her first game against Guyana, she had none for 7 in 2 overs. So this is her 4th over in the tournament. And her first game as well, I believe, in this match, in this venue at the UE Spec.
Seemed to be quite a decent off spinner. I mean, not turning much, but keeping it tight. And I can see why she was drafted into the team for this game. She is going around the wicket because she's bowling to the left-handed Ramtahal. She changed the side. The umpire just signals to the batter that Diane is coming around the wicket.
Full delivery through for a quick single, and good backing up there from the non-striker Naipaul as they come through and looking just to rotate the strike. The pair of opening batters out in the middle to try and overhaul this total and get to 117 runs. 118 required for victory. The field changes over now. There is a deep backward square on the boundary. We're inside the final over of power play and 2 deliveries to come with Naipaul facing up. The umpire just indicates it's a change for the bowler. Back over the wicket. And she lets that one go. 2 deliveries in the final over of power play and left alone outside the off stump.
Yes, I can see that Ramtahal and Naipaul, they seem to have a good understanding between them, because they are the ones who will be able to lay this foundation if Trinidad will get within close. And this one is outside the off stump. Ramtahal, Naipaul attempted a big drive. It went past the outside edge, went past the keeper, and they went through for that that run. It wasn't an extra. It just hit. It came up the bottom of the bat, and so the score has advanced to 27 at the end of the 7th over. Not a bad start indeed from this Trinidad and Tobago team. They need 91 more runs from 118 deliveries. So they are coming along quite easily, quite nicely indeed. 168 arm deliveries when you look at it here.
Miller will continue. And again off the outside edge of Naipaul's bat, called through for the single yet again by Ramtahal. So 2 singles off of the outside edge takes Naipaul. As we have a look at Miller's figures, she's now started her 4th over and 14 dot balls in her account as Naipaul moves on now to 9. Another 90 runs required, 28 without loss. Just worked into the onside for 1, and they're thinking about a second and changing their mind, coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary very smartly and restricting the batters to a single as the field changes back over to the right-handed Naipaul. 29 without loss.
29 without loss, and that is, I think, the left-right combination has been a good combined effort for the Trinidad and Tobago team, because the bowlers have to adjust their length and line ever so often when you're bowling a left-right combination. And Miller will be bowling to one person for two deliveries, and then she has to go to the other one, who is the left-hander. So good delivery right up there, Miller. Good delivery to Naipaul.
Yeah, she's had quite a good tournament with the ball, Miller. She's been very economical. Hasn't taken a lot of wickets. Just 4, in fact, in the tournament. And there is that one delivery, Arcel, that hits the seam and just rises on the batter. And it's the odd delivery that she bowls seam up and can get a little bit of lift. Surprising Naipaul there with that delivery. We've seen the majority of them stay low, not much bounce from this action of Miller. And another one just rising up, beating the outside edge to bring Miller's fourth over to an end. None for 10 she has, and 29 without loss after 8 overs.
Good start indeed by the Trinidad and Tobago team, and this is the start they wanted. They wanted to at least have a solid start, a good foundation as they go after this total. And Nightfall and Ramtahal, they are going about it in a very sensible manner. Dan Bryce is the bowler as she comes up to resume her spell. This one is guided down there for a quick single by Ramtahal. The one was tossed up. Ramtahal came forward, opened the blade, and it went down to the backward point as the batters went through for a quick single indeed. Ever alert to what's taking place around them.
I thought that was a little bit risky there. as 30-run partnership comes off of 50 deliveries. It was played straight to the fielder who underarmed the throw in. And had it been a sharper throw, perhaps overhand to the wicket keeper, scampering through for the single, got there in time in the end. But it was played with good pace straight to the fielder. And might just have been Reed. I'll have to confirm if it was her doing the fielding, but seemed a little bit risky.
Yes,
but
indeed.
They went very quickly indeed, but a sharper throw could have had them in trouble.
It could have been, yes, it could have been, but just that the non-striker was backing up really right, and as she saw it, they saw the opportunity. They were on the same page, so they went through to it, and there wasn't no hesitation, no stopping, or no doubt. And that's what opening batsmen are supposed to have, that to be on the same page every time and have that quick flow, just a quick look, and you're off and running. And that's a good delivery again from Bryce. Nightfall just taking the time and going about it. They have put together a partnership of 30. Down the leg side, Empire has extended her arms to show that it's a wide.
So the runs have been coming in extras and singles. 9 extras in this total of 31 as the partnership continues to build. And 21 runs off the bat. And we can just add to that now as there is a fumble at cover. Looks like Morgan, it might be there. Not picking up cleanly, and the ball rolling behind her, allowing the single and another single in the innings. So just a rotation of that strike. The sun is out in all of its glory here as we welcome the sunshine. It's been topsy-turvy weather through the course of this tournament, with quite a number of games being abandoned. This one driven down, so a rarity that we've had a full day of sunshine. At least here, it's raining. It rained in Diego Martin, but as the over comes to an end, it's very hot out here in St. Augustine. 32 without loss, 9 overs gone, and the current run rate at 3.52.
As they say, Billy, it's a lovely day for cricket. Indeed, cricketers love to play in brilliant sunshine. Not too much, not too much heat, but they like a gentle breeze to come across the ground at times. But a full day's play is always accepted when you're playing cricket, because it is that type of weather conditions that allow games to flow, and you can see the talent of the respective bowlers, bats, and batters as they come up against each other, as they face each other in this duel here today. And we see down here we have Brianna Plummer. She's bowling to Naipaul. Naipaul plays a big shot indeed, high on down to the mid-wicket region, and they just went for a single. So there's a change of bowling there as Brianna Plummer is the one who has been brought into the attack, and immediately she was greeted by that big explosive shot from Nightball. See, the umpire is having a word. She's making sure that all things are intact and informing the batsman of the where the bowlers will be bowling from. Left arm over the wicket. Plummer is bowling just left arm over the wicket, and she's bowling to the Ramtahal.
Plummer might just be the tallest person in this Jamaica lineup, the left-hander. She looks solid as well with the batting in partnership with her captain Abigail Bryce. Ball in hand now, and that's a good delivery. An appeal, not out, says the umpire. It was a bit uppish, and coming from a very high trajectory is Plummer. Nice high left arm to deliver the ball from, and good posture as well on the follow through. And some runs here. They come off the bat. They're going to come for 2. So it was angled down the leg side from the left hand spin to Ramtahal, and no signal from the umpire. So a couple runs now. I make it 17 singles in this total of 35 with 9 extras as Ramtahal now goes on to 14. 1 boundary off of the bat of Naipaul in this innings. So Trinidad and Tobago getting it done in singles for the most part.
That happens once you realize that the boundaries are not coming. Then you need to pick it up in singles and in twos and wait on the boundaries.
Now she takes off for a run here and diving away at mid-on, doing this, knocking it down, and there was a Naipaul took off for the single. Ramtahal was not coming down for that single. Monica Reed, it was fielding there at mid-on, tumbled down. She was on the ground trying to get the throw in, and a better throw could have been trouble for Naipaul. The single was refused as we have a look at it there again. She was sent back by Ramtahal, but the ball just trickling down. A good stop there from Reed in the end, preventing the run, as 35 now the total, and 10 overs gone in the innings. 11 to Naipaul, 14 to Ramtahal, and 10 extras in the innings so far. 4 bowlers used. Campbell at the top, the medium pacer, 14 runs conceded in 3 overs, no wickets, none for 8 from the miserly Anisha Miller, and Diane Bryce, none for 10 in 3. 1 over from Plummer that went for 3, as well as the players are having a drink out in the middle, and we'll take a drinks break here.
Welcome back here at the Sir Frank World Ground at UB St. Augustine, where the third place playoff is in progress. And the TNT team, having bowled out the Jamaicans for 117, they are in the run chase. And we just had a drinks break. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 35 without loss. The opening pair of Nightfall and Ramtahal, they are doing an exceedingly good job indeed, consolidating and trying their best to pull this Trinidad and Tobago team as close as possible to this total. Facing up there, we see is Nightfall. She's up against Diane Bryce. Bryce is bowling. This is her fourth over. And you can see that delivery that went down the leg side. The umpire called it a wide, as Bryce will come again just to try and get that breakthrough for the Jamaicans. Good delivery right up there in the block hole, in the slot.
Yeah, that last wide delivery down the leg side. Her head just fell away, and she was looking down at the pitch at the point of delivery and dragging it down the leg side, making the correction. Yeah, on this occasion, as in the last delivery, she's looking at where she wants to pitch that ball. That wide delivery seemed to be a lot of effort, extra effort going into that delivery, and just taking her eyes off of the landing point of the delivery. But she's made the adjustment here now, and it's a nice flight and good speed of delivery through the air from Bryce. And a full toss and one bounce, and the take off for the single, and a direct hit would have been really close there. And they've been, for the most part, judging the singles quite well, but there have been a couple risky singles during the course of the innings, and they thought they had time on that occasion because it was lobbed up in the air, so the fielder had to wait for it, and thinking that she had enough time to get through for the run. Nightfall, who's been very eager in her running out there in the middle, positioned at the top of the order for the second time, I believe, in the tournament. Nightfall.
Oh yes, and Nightfall is here, but I think she's been doing an excellent job indeed. And this one there, outside the off stump here, Ramtahal went after it. She missed, and the keeper wasn't too swift and fast in whipping off the bail, but there's no harm done, because apparently the ball left Ramtahal. Being the off spinner, it went further away from her, and the keeper had to go to her left and then come back to her right, and that maybe the time must have been that time saved her. So Jamaica still searching to get their first wicket there, and Trinidad and Tobago 37 without loss. We are into the 11th over.
Yeah, Green on debut with the gloves behind the stumps. Another full toss, hammered down the ground. They take off for the single. Nightfall, and she is going to be run out on this occasion. I did mention that she's very eager to take off for that single, and on this occasion it was straight to the fielder in the air, played out just to the left, but this time the ball had pace on it and sent back by Ramtahal, and a direct hit. Is it Bryce there with the throw and doing a jig as well? We'll confirm the fielder, but we can confirm that there is a run out, and Nightfall has to go for 13 off of 32 deliveries. The first wicket falling with 37 runs on the board via the run out route.
Oh yes, it was on the cards for a little while because, as you mentioned before, Billy, they were attempting some singles that had some high risk in it, and this one was very risky indeed. But I thought she could have made a stronger effort. She gave up a bit too easily there, and giving the field a chance to a clear shot at the wicket, and it cannoned into the wicket, and so Jamaica picked up their first wicket. But a good opening stand between Nightfall and Ramtahal as they go after this winning target of 117. It's a good opening partnership indeed. Despite the run out, I think the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are still in the hunt, and they could feel quite pleased with the opening pair and what they have contributed.
You're quite right. Unfortunate run out there as of the last ball of the 11th over, and Plummer will resume to the new batter, the all-rounder. Zakia Harilal comes in at number 3. As well, that ball, she had her back to the fielder and she was backing up with the bat in her left hand, as is the right thing to do. But it was hit in the air behind her, as this one is left alone. A fumble by the debutant Green behind the stumps, taking over from Kristen Sutherland. And because it was behind her, she didn't know where the fielder was, or that it had gone just to the left and the fielder picked it up as well. It was not Naipol's call, it was Ramtahal's call, as this one is pulled by Harilal for no run. And it was Ramtahal called, who was not just saying no, but gesticulating to her that the fielder is right there, but with her back to the play, she could not have seen it. And it was not her call as well, and the call was no, as she advanced down the track and got run out.
This one from Plummer outside the off-stump there. The umpire calls it a wide. Another extra again added to the total.
As we mentioned, still it's very difficult when that ball is played back in the area, the zone of the non-striker, to determine if to come through. This one is cut down to backward point for no run. It is difficult when that ball is played between mid-on and mid-off, back in the direction either of the bowler or the non-striker. If to break your crease to back up or stay in your crease, and as I mentioned before, there are two schools of thought on it. That firstly, you have to back up on your end, but if the ball is played back in your direction, you have to wait for the ball to pass before breaking your crease, because exactly what transpired there is what can happen. Unfortunate run out for Trinidad and Tobago.
Correct, you are believing through it, but the only thing is that the striker is the one has to do, and she has to call. The calling has to be clear and precise. It has to be yes, no, or wait. Yes, we're gonna go through. Wait. And wait for that ball to get past, or no, we're not going to go for it. It has to be a clear signals, and sometimes batters get their signals mixed up. Sometimes the calling is not loud enough, and these things do happen. And but in this case, she was maybe we didn't hear the call because we are so far from it, far from the action. But the striker is the one who has to control what happens with the non-striker, because once the ball is behind her, it is up to the striker to really give her those 3 commands: yes, no, or wait.
Yeah, the CWI coaching manual will tell you it's the ABCDE of calling. Correct. Running between the wickets.
That's right.
E for awareness. As Bryce, it is to continue. Ramtahal on strike on 14, 38 for 1 as we start the 13th over of the innings. B for backing up, C for calling, D for decision, and E for execution. So she made the wrong decision after the call of no to break her crease and got run out, unfortunately. But it's one of those touchy areas when that ball is played back to the area of the non-striker, as the Trinidad and Tobago contingent rings out in song in support of the 2 batters out in the middle.
Oh, yes, because they have to keep that chorus going, because they have a good start. They had an excellent opening partnership, and they would like to carry on from there. So the much support, much encouragement must be given to the batting team, which is Trinidad and Tobago at this time. And there was 2 runs taken there on the leg side, as Ramtahal swept that one around for 2 comfortable runs. That take the score to 40 for 1 behind the 13th over.
And a good looking sweep shot there from Ramtahal, and even better was the running between the wickets, because the ball was in the hand of the fielder, but she looked at the throw as Miller decides to come now around the wicket as she was previously, and to the left-handed Ramtahal. And she looked at the throw. She was standing backing up at the non-strikers, then looking to come for the second run, and waited until the ball was in the air, and realizing that it was away from the stumps, because the keeper had to move to get it to allow her sufficient time to come through for two. Full toss as she tries to put a lot of power in this shot and totally mistimes it, coming up of the higher portion of the bat to mid-wicket and no run. But making that decision after the ball was in the air to come through for that second run, because she recognized that the throw was very wide and she had enough time to come through and complete the second run. So excellent running from Ramtahal.
This one from Bryce right up there, and Ramtahal is coming forward and killing whatever spin, whatever length that she must have imparted. And at the end of the over, chasing 117, that is the Trinidad and Tobago total. They are 40 without loss, and we are in the 13th over. 13 overs have been completed.
And at that, just one note on that sweep shot as well. And I'm not quite sure the delivery was on the length to be sweeping. It was certainly on the line, but she just shuffled and adjusted her position in the crease itself to make it to the length that she required to sweep that particular delivery. So a little bit of innovation as well from Ramtahal to turn that strike over and turning one into two. So even though they've lost that wicket after that good partnership, they're continuing to score here through Ramtahal. Harilal trying to get off the mark through that point area. Short over the length delivery from Plummer. She's not able to do so. She's faced 7 deliveries thus far, the all-rounder, coming in at 1 down. And they have been shuffling and changes in this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup during the course of these 6 games. It's a wide delivery and signal by the umpire. Extras, as we mentioned, has been a very significant contributor in all of the totals in this tournament, and we've seen a number of extras, over 30 runs conceded, over 20 runs as well in a lot of these innings, and the majority of them. And thought for a minute there, Holder, that she was going to signal for another wide as she stepped across to open up her body to the scorers, but she did not signal a wide. So Plummer just inside that guideline on that occasion. And this time she pulls it into the onside, trying to get off the mark here. Under a bit of pressure here is Zakira Harilal, and tries to tug it from outside of the off stump to try and fashion a shot to get off the mark. But it was in the air and just to the left of Miller at mid-wicket, but straight to mid-on. So under a little bit of pressure here from the bowling of Plummer, trying to get off the mark, Astle.
Yes, indeed, and that shot was a shot of desperation. This is a better shot indeed. Well tossed up, and she played a nice shot into it. Comes right forward and drives fluently, but is unable to beat the fielder, and there is no run. So Harilal remains on. She's yet to open her account. Ramtahal is on 16 as Plummer once more to bowl to Harilal outside the off-stump. This one jumped a little on her. She attempted a cut shot, missed, and it went through to green.
I think she just pulled out of that cut shot there, Harilal, and she might be a little bit nervous here. 11 deliveries to get off the mark, yet to get off the mark, and she might not be. She pulls it again. This time Miller is in the way at mid-wicket as the over comes to an end. And just one wide in that Plummer over that has conceded. She's conceded 5 runs so far in her over allotment, has Plummer. And not just Harilal will be nervous. There are a number of parents out there under the trees, under the almond tree, as well as a couple of trees out there at the UE Spec end, as an entire contingent of red t-shirts can be seen across in the distance. Parents, family members and friends out in support of this Trinidad and Tobago team. Some of their siblings as well. We did see Samara Ramnath as well out there supporting her Trinidad and Tobago fellow players. And there are some Jamaicans supporting Jamaica out there as well under the spectators tent across in the eastern direction, in the direction of the scoreboard and the ground staff. And they've been very vociferous in their support, Astil.
Yes, indeed, and I mean, it is so good to have supporters and fans come on to cheer on their respective teams, because it is so good. And as we are down here at the respect wrong, I suspected that the Jamaican students who are based at UWI St. Augustine, they might be also be coming out to support their country, as this is a very, very, very good encounter indeed. Trinidad and Tobago 41 for 1 in reply to 118. And bowling from there, we have a bowling change from Diane Bryce has been replaced by Monica Reed, the vice captain of this Jamaican team. So Monica Reed, she's bowling outside the off time. Good delivery. This one's straighten up there. Good delivery, excellent delivery. Ramtahal was caught in no man's land, because she wasn't back, or was she right forward? And the keeper took the catch, took the ball, and she reacted like if there was a touch on it, but there was none, as the umpire remained unmoved. So Reed again, good delivery. And that's the end of Ramtahal there. Really, the pressure, indeed, pressure sometimes brings about that type of result. Ramtahal attempted that big drive, they missed, and was bowled all over the place. So Trinidad and Tobago lost their second wicket with a score on 41 for 2 at the start of the 15th over.
And I do believe that might just be the first wicket in the tournament for Monica Reed, hence the jubilation from her and her teammates, including the wicketkeeper Green, the debutant who springed and leapt on Reed, having taken what I think is her first wicket of the tournament, and totally out of character there. Steps out of her crease, advancing down, and not just Reed taking her first wicket, but the wicketkeeper Green on debut, she would get her first dismissal as well with that stumping.
Oh yes,
so double celebration there for the Jamaicans, the two in tandem producing that wicket of the vice captain for Trinidad and Tobago, Ramtahal, just out of character, stepping down the wicket to Reed, who has just been brought into the attack. Only her third delivery, the off spin, and knowing Astil that ball might just turn away from you, advancing down the track, and it's very dangerous coming down to the wicket, that balls that are spinning away from you, and she's paid the ultimate price. And the second wicket down, 42, and the captain Brianna Haricharan is out there in the middle.
But Reed once more. This one is down the leg side. A sweep there. It goes past the fielder, and it can go into the ropes, and it's 4 runs. So opening her account there is Brianna Haricharan. Her first delivery, she swept it around.
And yeah, it was a very risky shot in the end. She saw it angling down the leg side and went after it, coming up the top portion of the bat. Not quite sure if it came off the top edge. As we have a look at it here again, she was sweeping it, and it was on the up, and it landed just in front of Kristen Sutherland there at short fine leg. She's not at backward square. She is at short fine leg, and I'm not quite sure Haricharan saw that she was that fine when she played that sweep shot. I think she thought she was putting it in the gap, and it was just landing in front of Sutherland, who doesn't have the gloves today, has to be mentioned. She kept all through the tournament, the opening batter for Jamaica, as Green makes her debut behind the stumps, replacing Sutherland with the gloves, and it just landed in front of her, and not a half chance, but a risky shot.
A risky shot indeed, and you described it well, because that could have gone to hand had it been hit with a little more power, but it was not to be. And you have Haricharan there. She got off the mark with that boundary, and the TNT team advances by 4. So the 45 for 2 area in the 15th over. So Reed, one is short, and Haricharan should have made full use of that one. Didn't make any contact, and there is no run.
Just wondering, was it signaled wide? Not signaled wide, and just wondering as well if we get the opportunity for a replay before I pick a pronouncement as Reed continues on in the course of the over. Just have a look at where this ball is landing, and she's on the back foot. Is it between bat and pad? Just wondering if it bounced the second time. Was it just after it passed the popping crease when it bounced for the second time? And it would have been very difficult for the umpire to make that adjudication. It did seem to go between the legs as she was trying to tug it into the onside. I was just wondering if it landed a second time and where did it land for the second time. And clearly it would have been as it passed the stumps and not on the pitch itself, as the square leg would have confirmed as that 15th over comes to an end, and a good over, wicket taking over from the vice captain Monica Reed. 46 for 2, 15 gone.
15 overs gone, and Trinidad and Tobago, well, their current run rate is 3.07, and they are chasing down 117, 118 to go past to make sure that they get a victory. According to our score here, they need 72 more runs, and this is a good, a steady start from the Trinidad and Tobago team. They've been but going along quite easily and going above their business in quite an easy fashion. 72 more runs and 120 deliveries, Billy.
So Kamari Campbell is returning to the attack, switching ends to try and pry out the wicket of Harry Lal. And this one is on the pads on a bit of an appeal, seemed to be heading down the leg side, as Harry Lal in a bit of a struggle to get off the mark after facing up to 13 deliveries. And she doesn't have to worry because she has a very good partner in her captain at the other end to navigate through this innings here for her. Harry Lal coming in one down and has her captain with her coming in at number 4. And I'll just give you the score update in that final match, as this is a drive. Clearing the front leg and stroking through the line of the delivery is Harry Lal, and no run. This battle for third place, we remind you, and the battle for first place between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands bowled out 93 all out in 23.3 overs, and a Duckworth Lewis calculation has been produced for Barbados, as this one angled down the leg side and signal wide. Another extra to the total, as takes it up to 47 for 2 as Trinidad and Tobago approach that 50-run mark with 2 wickets down. And the Duckworth Lewis calculation for Barbados is 89 runs for victory in 32 overs. So the Leeward Islands being dismissed for 93. There was a rain interruption at 19.5 overs. Players went off the field, took lunch. The Leeward Islands resumed their innings and were dismissed, only adding 4 runs to their total. As this delivery again tugged down to mid-on from a delivery outside of the off stump. And Harry Lal still yet to get off the mark. And in that calculation, due to the rain that came just before early lunch was taken, so the Duckworth Lewis put the and I'll even add to that update that at
we see Harry Lal is finally off the mark there. She turned this one around after facing up to some 15 deliveries. She finally got that run which she was looking for, and she worked extremely hard. She faced 16 deliveries so far and had just gotten off the mark. 48 for 2 as Campbell is seeking to pull her team back into this competition.
And I still just, as I had to just pause there because the game is also paused in Diego Martin as rain again interrupts play.
Down the leg side from Campbell again, and the umpire did not hesitate to signal wide, and one more added to the total.
So the rains came at 1:56 p.m. So there's another break in play there in Diego Martin. And again, I'll let you know that Duckwood Lewis calculation of 88 runs for the Leeward Islands total. And meaning that Barbados would have to get 89 runs for victory. They're 21 for 1 in 3.5 overs. So the rain adding to the scenario in that Diego Martin Regional Sporting Complex in that finals game.
While the rain is down there, where we are blessed to have a brilliant sunshine up here. And Trinidad and Tobago 48 for 2. They are in pursuit of 117 for victory. Campbell bowling into Harry Charan. Harry Charan comes right forward. That's the end of the 16th over. Trinidad and Tobago 48 for 2. As I said before, they are in pursuit of 117 for victory here.
And that might just be a grudge match across there between Barbados and the Leeward Islands, having played in the final round right here at the UESPEC facility. And Barbados, they dismissed the Leeward Islands for 67 and chased it down in 14.5 overs with Campbell Apali getting to 41 in that game. But it was Asabi Calendar being very destructive. Got to 30 runs in that victory, along with Elysia Bowman 15. And the news as well is the Leeward Islands have gotten the wicket of Asabi Calendar. So she is out for 14 runs in that total of 21 for 1, which would be a significant blow to the Barbados batting lineup. As Harry Lal still off the mark and trying to pierce the outfield. 48 for 2. Remind you the Windward Islands as well, victory at the NCC over Guyana, chasing down 51. And that result would mean an end for the tournament for the Windward Islands with 2 victories. And for Guyana as well, the defending champions, just 1 victory to the Guyana. Pulled away down to the backward square. Protection is out there. As Zakia Harilal now cheers from the dressing room as she gets that one away. Full support for the one down batter. It would mean 5th place for the Leeward Islands team. A very disappointing outing for the defending champions Guyana. They're finishing at the bottom of the table in 6th place. Battle on here for 3rd place, and this a bit of a grudge match here as well. We tried to hype it up. Still between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Jamaica, in the last time they played, it's pulled away from the captain, and it'll go very close to the boundary, and in fact into the boundary for 4. Short delivery there from Reed, and quickly onto the back foot Harry Charan, timing it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yes, indeed, a very short delivery indeed, and it was given the treatment. Harry Lal rocked back, and she really gave it the full swing of the bat, and it brought about the full amount of credit in which she wanted. So the scores have pushed on to 54 for 2. Now we are in the 17th over. Harry Charan, well, she's on 8, and Harry Lal is on 2. She took a while to get there. I took 19 deliveries for 2, while Harry Charan, she's on 8, having faced this 6 deliveries. She's up against Monica Reed. Reed is right up there, good length, good line, and Harry Charan is up to the task. She's right out there, pushing right out and smothering whatever spin there is. So it's a good battle here. Got a keen battle between these two teams here, and it can go in anyone's direction. All it takes is patience and time and some determination. Harry Charan backs away as this one from Reed is a bit short, trying to give herself some room, give herself the room, but couldn't take advantage of the short delivery. The end of the over. As Tobago, they remain on 54 for 2 at the end of the 17th over.
Trinidad and Tobago placed third last year, defeating the Windward Islands, and that game was played at the Diego Martin Regional Sporting Complex last year. Trinidad and Tobago trying to retain that third spot, and they missed the playoff last year by 0.2 points, the bonus system in effect, and they just were edged out by the Leeward Islands last year by 0.2 points. Guyana taking on Leeward Islands last year in the finals and losing to Guyana, the Leeward Islands. This one off the outside edge, and it'll race down to the boundary. There is protection coming around from deep third, and Harry Lal scoring more freely now.
Yeah, she did the hard work, having started the innings, and now she's enjoying some of that, so the fruits of her labor. Because when you come out here and you weather the storm, you get the pace of the wicket, you get how things are unfolding, the timing. I think her feet are moving well, and she's really doing what is required at this time. Now she decided now she can flow a little. As Campbell on the leg stump there.
Yeah, they're gonna go for one, and they're gonna look to come for two, and they are going to come through for two runs. And I think as well, Harry Lal is, because her captain is out there with her and scoring freely, that it's taken the pressure off of Harry Lal now, and especially with that boundary in the last over that brought up the 50 for the Trinidad and Tobago team, that has put Harry Lal at ease with her captain doing the bulk of the scoring now. As I mentioned, taking pressure off of her, and now the runs are coming a bit more freely now in the partnership. 57 for 2, another 61 runs required as the winds intensify here. A nice cooling breeze coming across the ground, appreciated not just by the players but as well as by us in the commentary box. And it is gusting up, so much so that Harry Chan just pulls out there as the wind comes across the ground. You might just hear it through our headsets as well. And so we just are having to abort the run there, Campbell. There are some dark clouds around, but they're quite high. Stroked out by Harry Charan, and a bit of a misfield knocking it down, and it trickles out. Knocking it down there was Ebanks as it trickled out to mid-off and no run. And the sun is still out in all of its glory despite some clouds around. A loud appeal here, worked into the onside as they come through for a single. Not out, says the umpire. And leg by. I just thought Astil there, she just stepped across the stump fractionally, but a judge going down the leg side by umpire Holder.
Yes, I thought that one was going down the leg side. So despite Harry Charan coming a little across the stump, but the ball was angled down the leg side, and the umpire was unmoved because of that. Because there was some question asked by the bowler and the keeper and some of the close-in fieldsmen, but Campbell once more. This one is right up there.
As the winds gust up here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. That finals last year as well. It was a rain-interrupted game between Guyana and the Leeward Islands, and at 63 for 5 in 11 overs, the rains came when Guyana required 6 more runs to win, but the Duckwood-Lewis calculation had put them 23 runs ahead, pronouncing Guyana as champions last year. So the Leeward Islands, as this one again tugged into the onside. This time she gets it to the right of Miller at mid-wicket and out to the fielder on the boundary and comes through for the single. She does have that propensity to tug it into the onside despite the line of the delivery, and it seems to be her strong suit in terms of scoring and getting off strike and rotating the strike and perhaps picking up a couple boundaries as well for her with that type of shot as the over comes to an end.
Oh yes, indeed,
gone.
and she's using the right hand a lot in her shots because she wants to really upset and to get a little more power into her stroke play. So we see that Harry Lal and Harry Charan, they are beginning to put something together here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. The score is 59 for 2, and there could be a change of bowling here. Let's see. The batters, they had a short little mid-conference.
Yes, the captain coming on there, Bryce. Abigail Bryce, not to be confused with Diane Bryce, the off-spinner. Off-spin it is from Abigail Bryce, as there is a deep backward square in place. And just the single.
That one was short there from the Jamaican captain and give him the treatment, but it didn't bring the kind of result, just a single. Up again, toss up, and Harry Charan was right up there with it. She's tapping it back along to the wideish mid-on.
Yeah, on that occasion there, we saw the backing up from Harry Lal, different to the backing up of Nightpole. And this one again pulled into the onside, and this time to the right of the field, out in the deep, who dives, makes a diving stop, and not quite in control of the ball, but does manage to keep it inside of the ropes. Judine Banks out there, it is at the backward square and preventing the boundary, and another 2 to the captain. Harry Charan takes her on to 12 and 62 for 2.
Just remember that they are chasing down 117, 118 to go past. There's a lot of appeal there for a caught behind this. Is it a caught behind or is it a leg before decision?
I think it's a leg before they're appealing for.
Yeah, because I
We'll
saw
have another look at it.
Let's see what happened here. Harry came forward.
It's too high.
It's a bit too high. It struck the back foot, was a bit too high.
Didn't deter Green from having a very vociferous appeal behind the stumps.
Correct, and Green went all the way.
A faster delivery, dragged down low, and more work in the deep from Ebanks, who is up to the task. And trying to turn for 2 there was Harry Lal, and sent back by her captain, Harry Charan. And the difference in that backing up I was trying to point out there earlier on in the over. She turned Harry Lal and looked at where the ball was going to the fielder at mid-on, as opposed to Nightball. This is going to be some more runs here. Angle down the leg side. It'll go close to the boundary. Plummer is after it, and it beats 2 fielders into the ropes. Plummer and Morgan, and a boundary. Did she get some bad run to that, or was there a signal of leg byes or wise? I didn't quite see it there from the umpire, who was just standing behind the fielder, but yes, it does go into the boundary.
I'm looking at the umpire. It's 4 runs because she hasn't really signaled there. A productive over indeed, a good productive over for Trinidad and Tobago indeed.
I couldn't be blocked from something that didn't happen.
For the short Harry Lal there.
Yes, it was wide. It was signal in the end.
Confirmation
from the UWI security station behind us, confirming the umpire's decision. Umpire Laurie, that in fact a wide was signaled, as he has an advantage from his viewpoint, just assisting us in the adjudication of that wide. 68 for 2.
Trinidad and Tobago comes closer and closer to the target. 68 for 2. Let's have a look again.
Yeah, we just wait for the scoring just to trickle over for the end of that over. But in the meantime, it represents a good partnership building here now between Zakia Harilal and Brianna Haricharan. 68 for 2 after 19, and after Ramtahal went, this one absolutely no pace on the delivery from Plummer. Ramtahal went for 16 and Naipol was run out for 12. Harilal is on 5 off of 23 deliveries and Haricharan on 13. And again, it's the final game in this regional Rising Stars Under 19 tournament for the women. I just wonder if the pitch is starting to wear now. We are seeing more deliveries keep a bit low on that northern end of the ground.
Especially that end, that it could be the wear and tear of the amount of cricket they have played so far. But this one from Plummer is met with a forward defensive from Haricharan there.
So building on a 27-run partnership now. So
good delivery.
Dangerously close to the outside edge, still, yeah.
Exactly, a good delivery indeed. Haricharan went back and attempted to play that cut shot, missed, and Green took it. And you could see that there was a quietness about it. Because Haricharan knows that if she had touched it, it could have gone onto the stumps or go through to the keeper. So Plummer once more outside the off stump here. The umpire has a look and see what's happening. There's no signal, so this one was allowed, and it was a bit high too. So so it was just outside the off stump and no additional run to the Trinidad score. Right there, and Haricharan is backing across there. Good delivery from Plummer.
23 extras in this total of 69. There are 21 wides in the innings, contributing to this partnership of 27. With Harilal on 5 and Haricharan on 13. As the over comes to an end, 20 overs gone, 69 for 2. And we see the players are going to take a drinks break here, still.
Oh yes, indeed. As the players take a drinks break, indeed, the score is 69 for 2, Billy. Trinidad and Tobago, well, they are pushing on towards that target, and we are at the end of the 20th over. Trinidad and Tobago needs 49 more runs and 90 deliveries, and it's a good equation. Their current rate is 3.45, and that is a good run rate to be at. But as the players take that drinks break, we also take a break here. When we come back, we will continue with the action down here at the UWI ground in St. Augustine.
And back here after the drinks break, 69 for 2, reminding you that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss, opted to bowl first, dismissing the Jamaican team for 117 in the final over of the innings of the 35 over affair. 34.1 overs Jamaica were bowled out with their captain Abigail Bryce getting to 62. And in reply, Trinidad and Tobago are 69 for 2, and there are 23 extras in that total, with 21 wides as we are almost set to resume. Thumbs up from the scorers to umpire Melissa Laurie at the northern end as we're back on, and the first delivery picks up a wicket. As just to confirm, Ebanks is it on the into the attack in her first over, and her first delivery from Judine Ebanks, and bang on target Yorker delivery, prying out the wicket of Zakia Harilal, and she has to go for 5, coming in at 1 down in this order, and the third wicket for Trinidad and Tobago falling with a brilliant start from the medium pace of Judine Ebanks.
Oh yes, and how often have we seen this happen, this thing happening here? But here you can see that there is a lovely shot there of the spectators. But we have a replay of what happened here. Good delivery from Ebanks, and Harry Lal was undone by it. But you can see that there are spectators around who are supporting either team. And how often we have seen that happen to the batting team after the drinks break, after they come from lunch or tea, a wicket goes with the very, very first delivery. And this is a good breakthrough for the Jamaicans, one in which they will welcome at this time, because the score is now 69 for 3 and we ended 21st over. But the Trinidad and Tobago team, they're still on course. They did 49 from 89 deliveries, so they're still on course to bring about the decision that they require. As you can see, the wicketkeeper Green is motioning to the umpire exactly how to center the crease, and the umpire now has just motioned to the new batter how he banged it, the angle which he's coming at. There's a loud appeal again. This one he must have gotten refreshed in through, because this one came right at her.
A bit of a half shot here, perhaps touching down fractionally outside the leg stump. Green is very expressive behind the stumps, as usually wicket keepers are, making the most of an opportunity with the appeals behind the stumps. So another peach of a delivery here from Ebanks, bang on target. Again, 3 deliveries in the over, 1 devastating Yorker, and there is no better sight for a fast bowler than to see a stumps shattered. And
well, yes, indeed, Billy. I mean, that is much encouragement for the fast bowlers, and it brings about a lovely sight for the fans around the ground. This one is down the leg side, and I see the umpire making a sign. Was it a leg by?
Wide signal by the
It was a wide signal.
She does it in 2 motions. It's like a flash wide. As the delivery goes past the bat, she makes the call and she gives a short signal, and then when the ball is in the hands of the wicketkeeper, then she confirms the signal with a more extended, fully outstretched arms to indicate the wide, and changing to go now around the wicket to the left-handed Naidu. Another shout as it comes off the pad, and Green, ever energetic behind the stump, races after it and beats the short fine leg to that delivery to retrieve it as she comes back into the frame now, thoroughly enjoying her outing behind the stump. She's getting a game on debut, the final game of the tournament for Jamaica.
And that's the type of energy you need on the field at this time. That's the kind of energy and excitement you need, and Green is offering that to the rest of the players, to her teammates, and they'll have to draw from that energy, because the score is now 70 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 117.
You're quite right, Astil. Yeah, to draw from that energy, and it's certainly a good advert for the Cricket West Indies to bring the energy.
It's lovely indeed. As Ebang said, good. She's coming into Naidu.
Well, she certainly brought some energy with that over after the drinks break. That Dasani drinks break. 70 for 3 and a successful over. Bang on target, her first delivery, and picks up a wicket. Ebang 70 for 3 and 5. The dismissed batter Zakia Harilal. And I'll let you know as well, Astil, it's her first over in the tournament. Her first delivery of her first over, and a devastating Yorker.
An excellent Yorker indeed. She couldn't have wanted any better. And her team, they needed a wicket at that time, and she responded. She answered the call at this time. But they are going to be confronted by the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Harry Charan. She has been carrying this inning so far. She has on 13 with 21 deliveries. And continuing here is Plummer, Brianna Plummer, outside the off stump there. Harry Charan goes for the drive, misses, and Green takes it.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago. Sorry, Astil.
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah, they're going to have to be really careful here. They stumbled along the way in that run chase against Guyana to try and get to that score of 70. And there were just 2 batters. As this one comes off the outside edge, it's going to be at least a single. It's running away down to the boundary and retrieved, and just a single. Just thought for a moment that they could have gotten 2 there. But excellent work chasing that one down from backward point to deep third to restrict them for a single. Yeah, they stumbled along the way. Only Harry Charan and Naipol got into double figures, and 21 extras delivered by Guyana helped Trinidad to get over that total and get to 71 in 22 overs. So they stumbled along the way, and a couple times during the course of the tournament, particularly against Jamaica as well, they struggled to get to 99, chasing down 155 in that wrong tree game. As she just pulls out as the fielder moves over from mid-wicket rather to mid-on. There's a short mid-wicket in place in that of Miller, so a field change here, looking to put pressure on Naidu. As this one stroked into the offside, off of the back foot to a full delivery, and just a fielder brought in just about 15-16 yards in front of Naidu at that shortish mid-wicket position. So looking perhaps to get a catch in the air as she tries to turn it into the onside. But a straight bat on this occasion from Naidu as she works it into the offside. With, of course, with the left arm spinner of Plummer coming into the left-hander. They've set that attacking wicket-taking position with Miller, and we haven't seen it for the entire course of the innings, as Miller herself has a word with Plummer, probably just asking her to go a little bit closer to middle and off stump to try and bring her into the game. Maintains an off stump line and dot deliveries. We might just see the odd delivery pitched in around middle and off to try to get her to turn it to Miller at short mid-wicket, as the gust of wind again out there in the middle knocking the bail off.
And you can see the Jamaican fielders are very, very alert. They close in every time Plummer comes into bowl. They're walking in, making sure that they're keeping it tight.
And a half shout there, a bit of a bat onto that, as it was angled into the stumps from just outside the off stump. So an appeal as it struck her in line, and she kept the bat face straight, didn't try to work it into the onside and hence off the inside edge. And no run, not out, says the umpire, as well as that 22nd over comes to an end with 71 on the board, and Harry Charan, the captain, on 14, and Naidu yet to get off the mark. As well as still, they might have just wanted to stop her from taking any singles and have that rotation of strike to bring Harry Charan on to strike, hence bringing in the mid-wicket as the extra cover as well closed in on Naidu in that over.
Oh yes, that could have been the thinking there, because they realized that the game is at a very, very delicate position now because Trinidad got 71 for 3. They are just 40 something away from their target, and you need to put some pressure upon the batters, especially the new one, which is Naidu. And as we see, Ebanks coming in again. She was successful in her previous over. This one, she started off with a wide, and that advances the score to one more.
Yeah, that Trinidad and Tobago batting card against Jamaica in round 3, chasing down 155. And the top score in that inning was by Naidu. She got 18. It's a full delivery over the height of the waist, confirmed by the square leg umpire holder. And it is going to be a free hit and a very loose delivery from Ebanks. She was so accurate in that first over, but this time it's going to ride and down the leg side. And an excellent stop from Nicoya Green behind the stumps in her first game in this tournament.
Yes, had that passed her, it would have put some pressure upon the third man down here to bring out the stop, but she did excellent indeed. It was up in the air, and then it could be run out. It is?
No, she dropped the ball, Ebanks.
Oh.
And she could have been run out off of the free hit. Advancing down the wicket, Naidu, as the ball was struck in the air, but sent back by Harry Chan, realizing that the catch would have been taken and she may not have had enough time to get to the non-striker's end, and Naidu would have been struggling had Ebanks collected cleanly and effected the run out. Good looking shot here, turned into the onside and just ambling through, jogging through for the single with the protection out there in the deep. 74 for 3 in the 23rd over. Just mentioning there are still Naidu got to 18 in that game against Jamaica, and again it was well, on that occasion Ramtahal got to 11, and the only other player in double figures was Orozco, who got 10 not out, but there were 33 extras in that total for Trinidad when they amassed 99, trying to get to that Jamaican total of 155. Trying to do one better here in this third place playoff, Samira Naidu.
Down the leg side from Ebanks, that one there, and the umpire extended the arms to indicate that it's a wide, and that delivery was ill directed indeed. It was down the leg side, and Green took it.
27 extras in this inning so far.
This one, Ebanks to Naidu, and Naidu just coming forward and playing it gently to the mid-on fielder, and there's no run.
Yeah, still, when the analysis is done at the end of this tournament, and the CWI think tank wants to look back at the development of this Women Under 19 League, some of these players have already gone on to the senior level as Ebanks aborts her run. One of the things that they will have to look at and try to come up with a solution is these extras, and particularly the wide deliveries. I think there's an average of over 20 extras per innings off the outside edge. High delivery again down to Morgan at third on the boundary, and just a single. Those extras have really affected the totals in this under 19 tournament, and it's been consistently in the double figures and at times over 30.
Yes, that's an area, that's a department in which the respective departments and countries and coaching departments will be looking at very keenly. The extras contribute have a healthy contribution in these matches. This one from Ebanks to the captain, and she just turns it around. Naidu wanted a single, but she was sent back by her captain. And if you're sent back by a captain, you need to go back as quickly as possible. And she did exactly that. She was very, very quiet indeed. And going back, Ebanks again.
And she's bowled.
Oh!
It was pitched in fractionally short of a length. Eban picks up another wicket On the back foot there was the Trinidad and Tobago captain, trying to pull this delivery off of the back foot. And she played over the top of it. It skidded through and hit halfway up the middle stump, and not getting up as much as she anticipated. But that second line of defense was not there. Her back leg did not get across to pick up the line of the delivery. In case she had missed it with the bat, that it would have struck the pad, but instead it goes on to the stumps, the middle of a middle, and Ebanks picks up another wicket here, and Jamaica in the slight ascendancy now in this encounter.
Oh yes, indeed, and that's the wicket in which they were seeking to get, because Harry Charan was there from the onset. She opened the batting and was seeing the ball very well indeed. She got a pace on the wicket. Well, that one was, she was undone by it. It kept a bit low along the ground, and she played that shot. They're expecting a little more lift, but it didn't come up, and you could see Bang was really encouraged indeed as she fell to her knees to thank the gods for what had happened. So the fall of the fourth wicket, 76 for 4, at the end of the 23rd over. So Jamaica has clawing themselves back into this game. As we can see here, two new batsmen at the crease. We have Naidu and we have Pragu. Tamika Pragu.
The wicketkeeper Tamika Pragu is out there with Samira Naidu. And all to do now here, this payout in the middle. And this is almost put it back in the hands of the bowler Plummer, as it was hit in the air. Tamika Pragu was wicketkeeper of the tournament last year, 2024, for Trinidad and Tobago, awarded that trophy for the best glove work of the tournament. And the wicket keeping in this tournament has been of a high standard, and good footwork from the keepers and up to the stumps as well, particularly seeing so many wide deliveries being thrown down by the bowlers that they would have had to do a lot of work behind the stumps.
But this one wasn't sent wide, it was right on the middle stump, and Naidu came right forward there from Plummer. Right there, she respected that delivery and pushes it back along to the fields. Once again from Plummer, this one is turned around for a single. The Jamaican fielders are really, they are chasing after everything, making sure that they don't give up any easy runs.
I just wonder if the captain Abigail Bryce has found a diamond in the rough here. In the rough here with Judine Ebang, she has 2 for 6 from that northern end. And she hasn't bowled all tournament, as I gathered, and now has 2 wickets for just 6 runs, and proving to be a handful for the Trinidad and Tobago batters, as they are 4 wickets down in the innings. And some runs here now, just off opening the face of the bat, and again it's only a single as it raced away down to deep third. So 78 for 4, 40 required, and the batting to come for Trinidad and Tobago. Sukram, Davis, Kassar, who might just be in next, Kanika Kassar, Superville as well.
Well, the batting to come still, but let's see. When it's punched back by Naidu, wide of the bowler, but there's no run there, and the score remains at 78 for 4.
There's of course Orozco as well, who is quite capable with the bat, and Trinidad and Tobago would hope that it doesn't quite come to those players, as the pair out in the middle are seeking to get close to this total, this current run rate of 3.25, required run rate of 3.64, and 44 runs needed off of 66 deliveries. And those deliveries can go quite quickly, particularly if you under some pressure, and a lot of dot balls tend to accumulate. So just some running repairs to the boot of Naidu, and It's the bowling change now. And if you could explain that to me. Astilren, 2 for 6 and taken out of the attack.
But maybe she was just used to break the partnership, and the captain decided, well, you have done your job, we'll have somebody else to take charge. And back in the attack is this Diane? Diane Bryce? Is it? It looked like her. Look at the action. Looks like it's not Plummer. Good delivery there from Diane. Diane, maybe the captain, the thinking is that we're going to hold you back for 2 more. But let us see how Diane Bryce goes here. Outside the off stump there as Prabhu plays the cut shot, misses, and it goes through to Green. Green is the one that has been very enthusiastic throughout this innings here, rallying the rest of the team. As Diane Bryce. A lot of appeal there for a leg before decision there, and she is bowled. I saw she went back there, not seeing the delivery. Let's have a look at the book there.
Yeah, she's not forward. She's not forward to a full delivery. And there you can see the cheers from the Jamaican supporters out there on the eastern side of the ground, cheering on that wicket, the 5th wicket to go for Trinidad and Tobago. A delivery that she should have been forward to. And the trick by the captain to bring Bryce back, Abigail Bryce, bringing back Diane Bryce into the attack. Replacing Ebanks, who took 2 for 6, and after 3 dot deliveries, breaching the defenses of Tobago, and she has to go. So Kanika Kasa it is, as we suspected, coming out to bat. And
yes, indeed.
78 for 5.
Yeah, you asked him the question, why was Ebanks taken out? Well, we got the answer immediately, because sometimes captains know that there are matchups in the game, and some captains read it right, and they realize that some players are a bit susceptible to the off spin, to slow bowling, and they bring on that bowler immediately once that player comes in. And maybe that's why Ebanks was pulled out and Diane Bryce was brought into the attack, knowing that Pragu is a bit susceptible to the spin bowling, and it proved to be right, because she's back in the hut. The score is 78 for 5, and they're coming to the crease is Kanika Kasa. She's a left-handed Kasa, and Kasa has joined Naidu, and they will.
That Tamika Pagu was run out for no score by Judin Ebanks in the game against Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica.
Oh, she's run out in that game
by Ebanks.
Ebanks.
It's a funny game, this cricket.
Yes, indeed.
There were 2 run out in the innings. Naidu was run out as well for 18 against Miller, and Kasa made it to 6 before she was caught by Reed off of Plummer. And Harilal batting lower down in the order at 7. She made 9 in that game, and Jessica Orozco was not out on 10. There were 34 extras in that Trinidad and Tobago innings of 99, chasing 155. But that is now all water under the bridge, and it's still raining. This one punch in the air, diving forward there. Is that the captain? Was she struck as well in the chin or chest area? She was diving forward immediately. Umpire Holder is calling for the physio to come out, and that one played uppishly by Naidu, and diving forward, trying to get 2 hands under the ball. And we'll just confirm the player in question. Is it Miller? They are close in, diving forward, And was she just struck? Might have been both in the chest and the face if we get another look at it, as the physio as well as the medical staff from the Universal Medical Team makes their way out to the middle just to have a look at her, as it would count as a head injury, and all protocols will come into place there. Just you see the medical staff just holding on to her, telling her, wait a minute, I'm not through with my diagnosis and examination.
Yes, and the umpire is also there observing the whole proceedings. And so too is the bowler, Plummer. She is indicating that okay, I'm all right. She's walking. She's telling them I'm okay. Let's get it on. But the proceedings must go on. The examination must continue and make sure that she's all right, because the players sometimes, in the heat of the battle, they want to continue.
I thought she was struck on the chin there. She dived forward. I think the ball landed, got up onto her chest and ricocheted onto her chin, and she's just holding that area there as she's being examined and questioned by the Universal Medical Team from South Trinidad, Mr. Juman and company. Say good afternoon to the staff of the Universal Medical Services.
Oh yes, and their representative is doing a good job here, making sure that Miller, that Kanisha Miller, well, she is all right as they go through all the proceedings here. So the score, 78 for 5 in pursuit of 117. A little hole up here. We have 59 more deliveries to go. Am I reading it right? And 40 runs to get.
Just while we're there, just a quick glance across at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex in that match. Rain continues in that encounter. The target for Barbados, 89. And there are 21 for 1, with 14, I believe, Calendar was dismissed for Asabi Calendar, the wicket that fell in that game. 3.5 overs gone in that encounter, as Plummer now is set to resume here at the UE Spec facility and delivers outside of the off stump. A bit of a fumble by wicketkeeper Green behind the stumps, and Plummer has been quite good. She is into her last over, Brianna Plummer, the left arm orthodox spinner, and she's kept a tidy line and length outside that off stump and has proven to be a good foil here and an asset for the Jamaica team in trying to defend this total of 117. Playing a miss there. She's kept that line as still and maintained a good line and length outside the off stump. She's not gotten a lot of turn, but her line and length has been impeccable, so much so that she's only conceded 9 runs into her final over now.
Excellent bowling figures indeed, and she has been able to keep that length and line right there. There's a lot of appeal there, but the umpire is unmoved. Only the one fielder appeal, not even Plummer supported herself on that occasion, and you can see as we come down to the end.
She knew it wasn't Plum. Still off the inside edge, and she would surely love, or would have loved, to finish off with a wicket, and was nearly there at that final delivery coming off the inside edge, and finishes her spell off. 7 overs, none for 9.
Good spell indeed. She kept things tight. She kept Jamaica in the hunt, and she kept them always threatening here. So the score is 78 for 5, and we're at the end of the 26th over.
Yeah, so 40 runs again needed for Trinidad and Tobago. We will see a forced bowling change from the southern end as her stint comes to a conclusion, and she would be happy finishing off the tournament in such a fashion there. Brianna Plummer, as it is Bryce. She will also finish her spell off here, 1 for 14 in her final over.
That one was right up there, and Bryce is showing that, well, she's coming to the end of her spell. She has bowled well so far, 1 for 14 so far from a lot is overs. Good drive there.
Kasa has a lot of experience at this level. The West Indies under 19 player. She was in that team after the Malaysia World Cup as well. She has a job here to do with the bat. Yet to score.
Yes.
Full delivery, trying to turn into the onside. Comes off a leading edge to short third. And Bryce continues on.
And a lot is expected of Kasa and Naidu, because if they have to bring their team closer to the victory target, this pair has to do it, has to bring them along closer to that target. And Kasa makes it. This is one that is right up there. She went for to turn it around, like it didn't make contact, and it went through to keeper green. So Kasa has to be very careful indeed, because Diane Bryce has the ability to really have that one leave the left-handed batter, and sometimes it keeps a little low.
Yeah, that one was a difficult one there to negotiate, keeping low. Bryce looks to pick another wicket here. Cut in the air and just wide of ball at backward point as Ebanks does the fielding out in the deep. So getting off the mark streakishly there is Kasa, 79 for 5. And as we near the end of the 27th over and the end of the spell from Diane Bryce. Just one delivery to come for her as they tweak the field at deep square leg. And she finished with a dot ball. An excellent spell there from Bryce. 1 over for 15 runs from Diane. 1 maiden she had in her allotment of 7 overs. 1 for 15.
Oh yes, indeed, an excellent over, an excellent spell indeed. And I think both Plummer and Bryce, they can be feeling good about themselves at the end of their bowling spells respectively, because they have done well. They have done Jamaica proud, and they have kept things tight, because the total they have kept the Trinidad and Tobago team guessing exactly what they are doing. So, but the score remains on 79 for 5 in the 27th over, and the run rate is currently at 2.93.
So I thought they... Sorry, yeah, still.
There's 39 more runs needed, and they need almost 49 deliveries.
I thought there for a moment still that, in fact, Miller had taken her hat off. Did seem to be coming on. She has bowled Miller 3 overs for 8 runs. So had she been given the ball with her remaining 4 overs, she could have bowled all through to the 34th over to finish her spell. And the captain deciding against it, and deciding to bring on Monica Reid for a change of ends. So holding back Miller, and she may just be holding her back in anticipation that this game could go well past the 30th over, and that she'll have to call her into action. One of her main weapons, Anisha Miller. And the Plummer as well, spell coming to an end, forcing this change.
Well, that's pretty good thinking indeed, because if she's anticipating that things may go a little awry and coming down to the end, then she'll have an excellent bowler in Miller to call upon. So she is looking at Reid to continue the good work by both Bryce and by Plummer, and hoping that Reid can pick up a wicket or two and make things a bit easier for the Jamaicans. And if it doesn't go that way, then Miller is the one that she can resort to. Good hit indeed.
Yeah, they get one. It was chipped in the air to the left of Miller, the person we've been having a discussion on. And just a 1 run. Plummer has gotten 9 wickets in the tournament, just conceding less than 40 runs, just about 40 runs or less for those 9 wickets. She's 6th in the leading wicket takers column. And Cumberbatch is at the top. Nigel Cumberbatch from Barbados with 17 wickets. Haricharan started this game on 13 wickets. So she may just go ahead of Kamabach.
That one from Reed is swing around there by Casa for a single. Casa will showed her intentions quite clearly. She put back the ball. It went down to the deep square leg, and they picked up a single. So the score advances by 82 for 5, and Reed is the one. She's bowling to Naidu at this time. And Naidu swings this one high and hard, and she had been put down on the boundary there. That one was tossed up. It was a bit high. I thought the umpire had a look. Naidu swing it around, and the fields person down there it came into her lap, and she put it down.
They were straight to Ebang. She'd be disappointed, because that might have been a big wicket.
That would have been a big wicket indeed, as you properly described it, Billy, because this is what they wanted at this time of the game. And it was not to be, so Naidu is there to fight on. Casa this one from Reed, and Casa just pushes this one straight to the short mid-on, and there's no run. Extra cover, you can say, a widest extra cover, and there's no run. So 83 for 5. Tobago there, it needs 35 more runs and 42 deliveries, and this is coming down to be a very, very close encounter indeed. Had that catch been taken, it would have made it a little tighter, a little more. But Naidu is in the middle there with Casa, and taking up the attack is Miller.
Yeah, so Miller might just. She still has the opportunity of bowling her allotment, as she just switches ends. She does bowl out. It means she'll bowl the final over of the innings, the 35th over, with the Trinidad and Tobago run rate dipping under 3. It's been just fractionally under 3 for the last 4 overs or so.
Miller with that low trajectory, and Naidu was right behind it, pushes it to wideish cover, and there's no run. So Miller will be a handful at this time, because her deliveries are very low indeed. Her trajectory is very low indeed. Coming right for Naidu there. They go for a quick single there. The throw comes in with an underhand throw there. Went through to the keeper, and it didn't cause any harm. It's an additional run. As we see, Casa is the one that is now facing up to Miller.
And for the second time, Morgan. This one is dug out by Casa. For the second time, Morgan at that backward point position, underarms the return to the wicket keeper when there was an opportunity for a dismissal via the run-out route. Had she gotten an overhand throw, would have been a lot faster to try and effect that run-out. One strike down the wicket and crashes this through the offside. Diving away is Ebanks at the deep cover boundary, and it goes into the boundary for 4, and cheers from the Trinidad and Tobago contingent and their supporters, as this is a big boundary. Advancing down the wicket, coming out of her crease, and smashes it. And a bit of a misjudgment there from Ebanks. She ran in toward the ball and then had to chase after it, putting in a desperate dive. Casa looks to get and be more aggressive now, as still 88 for 5.
Oh yes, indeed, and Casa, well, she's ready to go. I mean, she wants to get things over with as quickly as possible, and she's going after Miller.
Down the track again, and she takes off for the single, but they decide against it. 2 players out in the middle, the 2 senior players for Trinidad and Tobago. Casa on 7 and Samira Naidu on 5. 88 for 5, 30 needed and 29 overs gone. The fourth over of Miller. None for 13. She has come to an end.
Oh yes, indeed, and Casa played a lovely shot there to break the shackles, so to have the run rate up to 3.03, and that is what the Trinidad Tobago needs at this time. They need 30 more runs from the allotted overs, overs to come, from 36 overs, from 36 deliveries, and it is coming on to a tight one. And Casa and Naidu, they have decided that they're going to make it easier for them. And Casa just broke the chains there by playing a lovely extra cover drive that beat everyone. So it's 88 for 5. Trinidad Tobago in pursuit of 117 for victory. Naidu is the one facing up here, and she'll be facing up to Monica Reed. Good delivery from Reed, right on target there. And Naidu is pushing quietly back to her. Reed jumps around and picks up.
30 in 35. It was 40 off of 66, and we did make mention a step down the wicket again from, well, this time from Naidu, looking to be aggressive. Did mention that those balls with dot balls, it would narrow the gap between required runs and balls available. So it's narrowed now to 34 balls and 30 runs needed. Short and sits up, pulled into the onside. They go for a one quickly, look for the second. Kassar wants it, and Naidu just a little bit slow to touch down and turn, as Kassar was ready to come charging back, and in the end deciding against it, as both batters were not in agreement at the same time, which is important in making that decision to come for two. 89 for 5.
And that is why it is so important to run your first run very, very hard indeed. So in case you are thinking about a second run, it will become much more easier. Reed to Casa, and Casa hit this one high up in the air, and this one has gone down. Going after it here.
Well, Casa, like, she only knows one way to play, and that is to be aggressive and assertive, chasing down this total. She decided to go aerial. It seemed as at first that she got enough bat onto it, but it skied up in the air, and running in from long on was Campbell, and she got there on the full throttle and couldn't quite get it in her grasp. It burst through her hands and onto the ground, but they only came through for one run in the end.
So it's 28 more runs needed in 33 deliveries, and this one a big hit there. This may go all the way. Yes, it does. 4. Good shot indeed from Naidu.
What a shot, Astil. And the fielder was brought inside the ring for Naidu, and advancing down the track, getting to the pitch of that Reed delivery. And now the long on Campbell. She was there for Kassar, had to charge in to try and take that catch, put the catch down. They got one run, and Campbell remained in the ring, and Naidu decided that she was going to take her on and got a bulk of it, and just landing just fractionally inside the rope for 4.
Lovely shot indeed, and a welcome boundary by the Trinidad Tobago team. A welcome shot from Naidu, and she's reading things right at this time. The run rate is back up to 3.15.
Yeah, and in stark contrast now, decides to stay in her crease and just strokes it out for the final delivery of that over off of the back foot. She's quickly on to 10 now with that boundary. As we have a look at the bowling card, there are a lot of dot deliveries in there, as Jamaica have built pressure during the course of this innings, as Reed now has delivered 4 overs and going for just over 6 runs in that final over, conceding 21 for 20 she has, and it's 94 for 5. 24 needed off of 30 deliveries. And what this showcases are still, as the run rate climbs now to 3.13, is how important those batters were for Jamaica. Plummer, Campbell sticking with their captain all the way down through those final overs to get to that total of 117.
ABC Miller will continue from that end there. She pulled away from, she started and then pulled away from it, making sure everything is right. Cassia's the one facing Cassia down the track and bang this one back past her. But it was too hard to handle, and Miller went across. Having put her hands, it was too hot there. You can see how she has put her hands behind her back, making sure that nothing is wrong with her. But they got a single.
It was hammered back at her, and for the second time in the innings, it got struck in the palm of her hand. She's in the wars. Miller got one on the chin, and now smashed back at her. She got importantly for Jamaica, she got her hand onto it because it was hammered back at her. Had it gone past her with the mid-off in the ring, it might have gone close to the boundary and even for 4. So an important stop and just 1 run. And this is excellent use of the feet here from both batters, Naidu and Kassar. Naidu, you could see, just anticipating, knowing that she wants to use her feet to get to the pitch of the deliveries, even if it's a half a step, to get it on the half volley, not allowing the ball from Miller to bounce and turn. So it's good batting here from Naidu.
Sensible batting indeed, and Naidu goes there for a big hit there, and there's a loud appeal. Miller is on her knees. She's facing the umpire on her knees, begging for that delivery, for that decision, but the umpire has ruled not out.
She got a good stride in there, Naidu, perhaps heading down the leg side, and not out signal by the umpire. Not much support from wicketkeeper Green, and if that is any indication, it is certainly not out, because she's been very vociferous and energetic in her appeals.
Exactly, and Naidu and both Naidu and Casa, they have decided that they're not going to allow the bowlers to take the pace. They are going to take control of the situation.
And again, from right arm around the wicket, the off spinner, and striking the pad, and another appeal, but seemed to be heading down the leg side yet again.
Yes, it's very difficult to get a decision when you're bowling off spin from around the wicket, and the ball isn't. Good shot indeed from Naidu. Naidu reaches forward for this one and plays this one straight to point. Clean pick up there, back to the keeper, and the end of the over. We see Trinidad well. They are 95 for 5.
The last 2 wickets for Jamaica, Plummer and Campbell, they put on 34 runs. 34 runs for those last 2 wickets partnerships, along with Abigail Bryce, Plummer and Campbell, to take this total to 117. And at one point we were wondering if Jamaica, could they battle on and fight on to get to that 100, and in fact they managed more than 100 and got to 117. So Trinidad and Tobago trying to one-up them with 5 wickets down and 95 runs on the board as they are seeking to overhaul this total. As Reed is continuing with her off-spin grip and bounce, and a stomping opportunity, and Kassar has to go, and it is that person again taking over the gloves. There you see her very animated, Nicoya Green, and she picks the bails. Excellent work from the wicketkeeper here. Down the track again was Kassar, and diving back in, and she was out stumped very emphatically by the wicketkeeper. We did make mention of Naidu using her feet to get to the pitch of the delivery, but Kassar was more aggressive getting down the wicket, wasn't to the pitch of the ball, and an excellent delivery there from Breed, beating the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper and picking up her 2nd wicket.
Yes, and Green looked very, very good there in taking off the bail there. She was very, very smart. She was quick to pick the bails and send Casa on her way, and it is a crucial wicket indeed. 23 runs needed from 23 deliveries, so it's a tight finish here, and if the Jamaicans play it right, then we can go all the way down to the finish line. So it was a welcome wicket for Jamaica. They needed a wicket at this time, and they got a wicket, and they got a big wicket indeed, that of Kanisa Casa, because she seemed like if she was in a hurry and wanted to finish things very, very, very quickly indeed.
Yes, Astel, and so often you have to be very careful going down the wicket to a ball that is spinning away from you, and wasn't able to negotiate the length properly and realized she was in trouble, tried to fan at it as she knew she was beaten with the length and flight, tried to get some bat onto it, and the danger of running down the wicket as opposed to using your feet to get to the pitch of the delivery, particularly with a ball spinning away from you.
Oh yes, so the new batter is Orozco, Jessica Orozco. This one she plays high in the air over the bowler's head, and the batters go through for a single. It was agonizingly a shot that must have had she must have had her heart in her hand there, because that one just went over the bowler's head, and it could have gone back into the bowler's hand if she didn't put a little more beef into it. But it is 96 for 6. And this brings Naidu onto the attack.
Yes, very animated there is the captain Bryce as she's trying to enforce some instructions and changes to the field. She's pulling in the cover from the boundary into the ring as she herself is at long on. And there is now just a deep mid wicket on the boundary as this one is angled down the leg side, and again animated is the captain Bryce at long on, and turns around dejectedly as that one gives away an extra down the leg side. 2 fielders only out in the deep at deep mid wicket and long on. Everyone else inside of the ring with 4 on the offside, trying to limit the scoring with Naidu on strike. 97 for 6 with that wide. And it's very tense out there in the middle. Shouts from the fans in the distance as well in support of Jamaica. Sweeping across the line, not out, says the umpire. Trinidad and Tobago contingent of fans. As we look at this replay here, they are situated just to the back in the frame at the UE Spec building, as this one angled down the leg side and perhaps missing leg stump as well. And Jamaican supporters across to our right in the easterly direction under the tent. So very tense out there, and there's a hush descend as the bowler runs in still. And depending on the outcome, there are loud shouts and cheers after the delivery has been bowled.
That is when tension is building up here. 21 needed from 21 deliveries. And this one is tugged around here, pulled away. It may go into the fence. Yes, it does. 4 more. 4 runs indeed. A welcome boundary indeed by Naidu.
Yeah, this one tugged into the onside. She took a step down the track, and the ball was angling into her. So had she missed it, it would have come into contact with her, so no danger of it going past on the outside years, and whipped it into the onside. It beat the 2 fielders, including the captain Bryce, who is at long on, and that boundary brings up the 100 for Trinidad and Tobago. 101 for 6, with 1 delivery to come in the 32nd over, and 17 runs required of 19 deliveries, and this is the game to watch us still.
Yes, it is. It is. I anticipated that a while ago, that this game will go all the way down to the wire, and it is coming down to the wire. 101 for 6. TNT in pursuit of 117, 118 to win. And you have Reed here bowling to Naidu, who's on 14, and she has batted very, very well indeed. Just went down the leg side there, and the umpire didn't hesitate at all to call a wide. Naidu looked very, very, very. She looked around and at the umpire, expecting the call, and she got the call. So this is Reed. Reed pulls away from this one. She wasn't totally ready to deliver, because Naidu is waiting, awaiting any delivery which he will put up her way. 16 needed from 19 deliveries. And that's the end of Naidu. She came down the wicket, she missed and was bowled all over the place. And that's the wicket in which Jamaica wanted. They wanted the wicket of Naidu. They got it, and they must have told themselves, well, they are back in business. She missed and was bowled all over the place from Reed. Good delivery.
But that's an excellent delivery there. Still 2 wickets in the over for Monica Reed, coming back quite well after being struck for a boundary through mid-wicket off of the bat of Naidu. This one angling into her, not giving her room to swing those arms, and between bat and pad, tucking her up penetrating that gap as she was looking to come down the wicket again to her, and a peach of a delivery there, outfoxing Samara Naidu, who's gone for 14 and 102 for 7. And this encounter just heating up now. 16 required off of 18 deliveries. Trinidad and Tobago as well, bringing up the 100 in that over. 32 overs gone. And as we glance across as well, as Trinidad brought up their 100, Barbados brought up their 50. 50 for 2 in 9.3 overs, chasing that total from Windward Islands. A Duckworth Lewis calculation requiring 89 runs in 32 overs. 69 in 22.
And here it is 16 from 16 deliveries here. And I must commend the both innings from Kasa and from Naidu. Both of them have done their part, but Jamaica was able to really send both of them back in quick succession, and they have pulled their way back into this contention here. So at the crease now is Superville and Jessica Orozco. Superville is yet to open her account, and Orozco is on 1. Jamaica, they will be fancying their chances. 102 for 7. We have 16 more runs needed from 16 deliveries. And down the leg side, the umpire calls a wide. Jessica Orozco. This one is it. Yeah, they go for a quick single indeed. This could be dangerous here. But the wicketkeeper Reed did not send it did not deliver the ball as quickly as she should. And they went for a very, very sharp and a risky single indeed. Uncalled for, but the risk was taken and they succeeded. 16 needed from 18 deliveries.
Well, Superville thought she was going to the danger end, and the throw went to the non-striker, diving into the crease. Orozco just trying to keep her wicket intact, and they get the run. Allowed appeal, and Superville is struck in front and given out by the umpire. She's going to have to go without scoring as another wicket now tumbles with the score on 104.
Oh yes, and I think Jamaica now they will be even thinking about fancying their chances even more than having gotten rid of Naidu, having gotten rid of Kasa, and now they have gotten rid of Superville. They have gone down now. It's quite 104 for 8, and Trinidad and Tobago still needs a footer 14 from 16 deliveries with just 2 wickets remaining. And coming into the fray is Jessica Davis. Yep. She will join another Jessica Orozco. So let's see if the Jessicas will be able to take the Trinidad and Tobago team over that line.
Well, if I recall correctly from the scorecards, I do believe Davis might have opened the innings once in this tournament for Trinidad and Tobago. And she's back into the lineup now, coming in down the order. And she has a very important job with 14 needed off of 16 deliveries here as this game winds down to its conclusion. A third place playoff here at the UWI facility, reminding you Barbados, they are on 55 for 2 at 10.2 overs. They require rain scheme again, and now the Duckworth Lewis calculation for them, 69 runs required in 22 overs, and they are 55 for 2. So looks as though Barbados could very well take that one home and deny Leeward Islands their first victory for the women's under-19, defeated again perhaps in the finals.
Well, we await the result in that encounter here, but in this one, it's a close one here at the UWI ground in St. Augustine, at the Sir Frank Royal ground in St. Augustine. It's a close encounter. Trinidad and Tobago needs 14 of 15 deliveries. Am I reading it correctly? Yes, 15 deliveries. 104 for 8. And this is high in the air. She's caught. Yeah, dropped.
Well, it's all happening here. Appeals for a run out at the wicket-keeper's end. And not out eventually, says umpire Holder, who was signaling for a no ball as well for height as that throw came in. And it's very close as we have a look at this here. It was very close indeed. And a good throw here. Excellent throw. Very close.
Keep going, yeah.
Oh, that's very, very close.
Okay.
It's hard to tell really.
Very hard
because
to
she
tell.
is running on the grassy area on outside of the pitch, and they're not quite sure how far that white line carries across there. And it would have been very difficult for the umpire as well to adjudicate, because it is cuffed up where that white line runs across the pitch, and it looked very, very close indeed. She might just be lucky to still be out there.
So Roscoe is the one, and she drives this one there straight down to Whitish long off.
That was the free hit there, just one run off of the free hit in this Miller over. So it's very tense out there. Couple mistakes are being made, but we're seeing some desperate running in the wicket, some good deliveries as well, taking wickets.
So the equation, 11 runs needed from 14 deliveries. And coming up to face now is Jessica Davis. Miller is begging for that appeal there. She went straight to the umpire, and she was really asking for it. The umpire said not out.
Well, I thought the umpire raised her hand initially.
I thought so too.
And then it seemed she changed her decision, crossing her arms in front of her. Have a look at it again. And was struck in front. Did she just wave her hand and change her decision? Yeah, she initially thought she was going to give it, changing her mind there, as is her prerogative. And a good decision there, it seems, from umpire Melissa Laurie. And Davis survives. And she survives again, trying to pull this one into the onside. Misses it. And she has to be careful just in her crease. She stepped out of her crease a couple times, rehearsing the shot. Not quite sure the ball was dead as it trickled away from the wicket-keeper. But the over comes to an end. Are still just 2 overs left. 107 for 8.
Well, this is not a game for the faint-hearted indeed. You need to be down here. But if you have a bad heart, don't come. Just look at it from whatever vantage point or whatever where you're looking at it. This is a close encounter indeed. 11 runs needed from 11 deliveries. And
we do have quite a few people here looking on at this game here. I make it just about 40 spectators or so off in the distance, cheering on as they have been for the entire length of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. Some in support of Jamaica, some in support of Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, we're situated here at the University of the West Indies campus, where we do have Canada Hall across to our left, that has been renowned for housing the Jamaicans here when they have enrolled in courses here on campus. So we do have a mix of Caribbean people here at the university, and we're hearing it from the support.
oh yes indeed. And Reed, Cody Levy from Reed there, they push for a quick single indeed.
And Davis is very, very quick. She took off once the call was yes, and scampered down there, backing up quite well, having the awareness, listening for the call, making the decision and executing that single there to perfection from Jessica Davis. She has the strike now. And with 8 wickets down, every delivery here, and the last 2 wickets in Trinidad and Tobago, they have in hand in this Monica Reid over, who's taken 3 wickets for 28 runs. 10 runs required.
You can feel the tension down here. You can feel the excitement.
And just outside of the off stump here, David. There she again, just wandering out of her crease, waiting for the decision. She has to be very, very careful to stay in her ground as Green took off after it and threw it back at the stumps as she was on the move. Davis just want to be a little bit careful. You don't want a run out at this stage. 10 runs required for victory. Shouts of Jessica get onto the front foot from the Trinidad and Tobago dugout.
10 from 10.
It's very tense out here.
Very tense indeed. And you can see, well, I didn't want to be in the shoes of Jessica Davis at this time.
Well,
because
Davis, she comes from a long line of cricketers. Cricket is in her blood. And she had a shaky over earlier on in the innings, but she's out there in the middle trying to bring home this game for Trinidad and Tobago and secure this third place. Oh, a little bit of a man in there. Very tense, just backing up Orozco, and Reed just pausing in her delivery stride just to see if she broke the crease, threatening to run her out at the non-striker's end.
So all things are happening down here in this encounter. You have everything is happening at the same time.
A good shot here, pulled into the onside. They go for one. They're going to come for two. It's going close to the boundary, and it goes into the rope now, and you can hear from the screams of the Trinidad and Tobago players that one has gone into the boundary. They were shepherding that ball into the boundary off of the back foot. Jessica Davis pulls it away for four as Trinidad inch closer to victory.
Excellent shot there from Davis. It was short. She rocked back and hammered it wide this past the mid wicket there, and the ball went into the ropes without no one chasing it there, with all the way down, because all the fielders were inside trying to stop the single, and the Jamaicans, well, it's now 112 for 8, and Jessica Davis, she's on 5, and Jessica Orozco on 3. 6 runs needed from 9 deliveries. Yeah,
changes in the field here. Abigail Bryce very animated there. She's gone up to the wicketkeeper to get a bird's eye view from the stumps to set that field at deep mid-wicket. A straight deep mid-wicket, aka cow corner, has been put in place where Davis just smashed that ball for 4. And 6 runs required now. And all to play for here. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago battling for that 3rd place. It went all quiet there yet again as this one a misfield, and they come through for the single. Davis quick to take off after the fumble from Monica Reed there, following up that boundary and coming through for a single. 113 for 8.
113 for 8 as the strike is turned over, and Orozco is the one who will be taking strike here, taking strike from Reed. 5 needed, 8 deliveries.
Dab down, and Davis takes off from the non-strikers and called through from Orozco. An excellent running from the pair out there. 114 for 8, and another run to the total. So far 7 runs in this Monica Reed over. Yes. As this game is going down to the wire. 1 ball left to come, Astil, and 4 runs required. 1 ball left to come in this over, and then another 6 deliveries in the final over.
7 more deliveries to go, and 4 runs needed as the TNT team inches closer to a victory. And Jamaica, they are not giving up. They are fighting all the way down to the line, down to the wire. And you can see Reed.
Reed, the vice captain there, and in working in tandem with the Jamaican captain Abigail Bryce to set the field. She wants her fielders in the exact position that she wants her. Reed just slowing things down now, trying to regain her focus after she couldn't prevent that single, diving away to her left. A good stop, couldn't prevent the single. Davis takes off another single, play to mid-off, and a shy at the stumps, but she's well in, and there are going to be overthrows here as well as the ball goes through the deep square leg. So she ends up coming back for the 2nd, and 2 more runs to the total. And off of this final over from Monica Reed, finishes with her 6 overs for 3 for 36. It was good bowling, good wicket-taking deliveries there from Reed, as she would finish off her spell, completing 6 overs.
A good spell indeed from Monica Reed. That's 3 for 36 from her 6 overs, and I mean she really gave it her all. She will maybe be a bit disappointed that she didn't stop that one single in that over, because players hold things very dear sometimes to when they didn't make a stop or 2. But overall, she has given her heart, she has given her soul in her bowling spell. 3 for 36. TNT needs 2 more from the final over. And you have at the crease Jessica Davis, she's on 8, and Jessica Orozco on 4. How this will finish off? Well, this is the final over. And the person bowling the final over is Janine Ebanks.
Funny, she's not bowled all tournament. She has 2 for 6 in this final game and given the final over.
Down the leg side there. And the umpire calls a wide. So 1 needed from...
Score's tied.
The score is now tied there, 117. So 1 more needed to go past the Jamaican score.
So all the fielders in the ring with just 2 runs needed at the start of the over, and Judine Ebanks interested with the final over. 2 for 7 she has now. She's not bowled all tournament and interested with the final over in this decider. Take off, and it's a misfield, and Davis was ready to come through for the single. It would have been the winning run, but sent back from Orozco, not wanting the run out, and a fumble there, and she's back there safely. There is Davis. And news coming to hand as well. Scores are tied here. And chipped in the air, and she's going to have to go this time, Orozco. She's gone for 4, chipped in the air and caught at a cover. So anticlimactic here with the scores tied, and Trinidad and Tobago losing that wicket there. And 9 wickets down now, so it's not quite yet over. It is over, I understand, and Barbados have defeated the Leeward Islands, chasing down that Duckwood Lewis score of 69. So Barbados are the 2025 champions. As we look at this dismissal here, 3rd place is still battling it out there. The scores are tied as Orozco, a gallant innings from her in partnership with Davis. She's gone for 4. And Davis not out on 8 as the new batter Chelsea Sukram comes to the crease. The final wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. There have been 33 extras in this innings. There was 1 wide in this over to tie the scores, and 28 wides in all. 3 for 7 now, Judine Ebanks. And as still we were wondering, they did save her for the last over when she was taken out of the attack.
Oh yes, and she is indeed bowling the final over. She has 4 more deliveries to bowl, and the TNT team will be seeking to get that 1 run from 4 deliveries. Ebanks. Sukram comes right forward and taps this one straight to the short cover, and there's no run. So 1 needed. 1 needed from 3 deliveries. Ebanks. And there's confusion here as Sukram attempted to go for the single. She was sent back there by Davis, and the fielders closed in on this one. So the score is 117. The score is tied at 117, but the Trinidad and Tobago team, they got to go past. They need 1 needed in from 2 deliveries. And there we see Davis has caused Sukram to have a conference. Sukram is facing at this time. She's facing up to Ebanks. Outside the off top. 1 needed.
Yeah, a hush descends across the ground.
1 more needed from 1 delivery.
1 needed. Very tense out there. The chance go up again, and it'll all descend into a hush as Ebanks get to the top of her mark in anticipation of a result. Either way, 1 delivery as still 1 run needed, and what a fantastic advertisement for cricket here at the UE Spec facility. Trinidad and Tobago 3rd place playoff against Jamaica. Both teams missing out on an opportunity to go into the finals, which Barbados has just won. But the battle on here is for that third place, and what a cricket match we've had so far.
What a game indeed. And there we have Ebanks going the final delivery. Up to Sukram. Sukram pushes when they go for a quick single. And this could be it. Yes, it is. This is it. There was a fumble. The keeper didn't take well. For one run needed. And Trinidad and Tobago emerged as the winners of this encounter. They have taken the third place. The Jamaicans are still spellbound at this time. They cannot believe that they allow things to slip through their hands, and the Trinidad and Tobago players are on the field celebrating. So that's the end of the game. Let's have a look at here and see. The ball came in there, and Green did not take cleanly to take off the bail, and that's victory for TNT. What a game, Billy.
What a fantastic advertisement for cricket here in the Caribbean. An enthralling game. Third place playoff here at the University of the West Indies campus at the Sport and Physical Education Center. A game that Sir Frank Worrell would have been proud to witness himself. We are here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground as the two teams meet and greet each other. They must be congratulated, all the players out there. It's been a fantastic game of cricket. And at the end, with one delivery to come, you could not separate the two teams. We pointed out Abigail Bryce for Jamaica battled through the innings to get from 8 for 83 to get to that total in partnerships with Plummer, particularly, and Campbell at the end of the innings to get to that 117. It's a clash here between two teams that met previously. Jamaica won that game, getting to 155 for 9. And again, they got to the 35 overs. One of the only teams to get to all 35 overs in this 35 over regional tournament. Trinidad and Tobago were able to match them here with bat and ball, and taking this game right down to the wire. So much so it was a risky single, charging through a good pickup and throw from Bo. It was at backward point through to the debutant wicketkeeper, who's had an exceptional game behind the stumps. Nicoya Green was not able to effect the run out, and Davis, who was charging up and down between the wickets, running everything as hard as she could, even got to a boundary, pulling one through to mid-wicket, becoming the hero of this Trinidad and Tobago innings and bringing victory for her team and her country. And what a fantastic game here. The batting card for Trinidad, Krishna Nightpal, she went run out for 12. Amrita Ramtahal for 16. Was an excellent opening partnership. 30 runs in it or so off of 50 deliveries. Zakia Harilal went for 5. Brianna Harichan, the captain. Ebanks came into the attack for Jamaica and picked up 2 quick wickets, including that of the captain, who went for 15. She had 2 for 6, not bowling at all in the entire tournament, and suddenly had 2 key wickets in this third place playoff. Samira Naidu, what a critical innings it was from her, getting to 14 before she was bowled. She stayed out there for 41 deliveries and struck 2 boundaries to keep Trinidad and Tobago in the game. Pago went for 1 off of 5 deliveries. Kenika Kassar struck a boundary in her 9, and a critical boundary it was to try and set Trinidad up closer towards this total. Superville was out. LBW Kira Superville for no score. Jessica Davis strode out to the middle, smashed the boundaries, run hard in the wicket. Her and Jessica Orozco in partnership to take them close to the end before Orozco fell. And she fell with the score tied on 117 in 34.2 overs with 4 balls to come, as Chelsea Sukram strode out to the middle and got a single with Davis backing up off of the final delivery. Jessica Davis coming through and securing victory for Trinidad and Tobago. We were just wondering if it would have gone to a super over, but 33 extras in the innings, 28 wides and 2 leg byes with 3 wides, and a fantastic advertisement for the women's cricket here in the Caribbean. And what a fantastic tournament from these two. And congratulations to Barbados as well, becoming victors, and commiserations to the Leeward Islands losing for the second time in 2 years, being placed second in the women's under-19 tournament, Astil.
What a game indeed, what a game indeed. And I thought the TNT's victory was, it all came down to a team's effort. They fought from the beginning. They had a very good opening partnership. But I like the zeal and enthusiasm that Jessica Davis brought when she came in. When she came into the wicket, the host team was in some trouble. But she injected that type of energy, that type of enthusiasm into the rest of the batters. And they believed and they got over the line. Excellent indeed from this entire team. They fought, they showed the gallantry, and they showed that determination and team effort can bring about a victory at any time. And when you look at the Jamaicans, well, their captain, you cannot ask much again from her. She batted well, she withstood the storm, and she really came through. She held the lower order together to get to that good total of 117. So we witnessed an enthralling game, an exciting game, a game of cricket, as you rightfully point out. It's a good lesson. It's a good message indeed for women's cricket in the region.
And just going through the bowling card here for Jamaica. Kamari Campbell opening the bowling. None for 21 of 5. Anisha Miller 1 for 18 of 6. Diane Bruce coming into the team. She had 1 for 15 in her 7 overs. And an excellent spell of bowling as well from Brianna Plummer. And no wickets, but just conceding 9 runs in her 7 overs, making it as difficult as possible for the Trinidad batters out there to score. And
yes, indeed. Just to take it up here, we must commend the umpires, the Ayana Holder from Barbados, and Melissa Laurie from also Barbados or from Guyana. I mean, they
Laurie from Antigua.
Antigua. They had to cope with some difficult decisions because of the excitement and the drama of this game. But they held their nerves and they came through. We also played a good part also. And then is the third umpire, the third official, Denzel James, a former TNT batsman. He was the one who was required to refresh the umpires, and he did a good job. But when you look at it today, and overall, an excellent third place playoff here, you cannot ask for more. If you ask for more, then you will not be asking about cricket. This game is based on glorious uncertainties, and this is the type of game that every spectator wants to come to the ground to see. A close finish, teams fighting to the end. Good bowling, good batting, and then good catching too. Orozco pulled out some magnificent catches to keep her team in the hunt. And that is the type of cricket you need here. And this is what happened in this tournament. This tournament that was won by Barbados. The Leewards, sorry to them, they had to settle for second place again. But the third place goes to Trinidad and Tobago. That is who displayed a team's effort to bring about their victory. Billy?
Yeah. And 2 bowlers in particular we want to highlight from Jamaica. Monica Reed, 3 for 36. She bowled all the way down to the wire. But you have to see the pick of the bowlers bowling the final over. Judine Ebanks got 3 wickets for 8 runs off of her 3 overs. She didn't bowl in the tournament previously. Came in, had 2 for 6 in her first 2 overs, and then being entrusted to bowl that final over, and did it almost to perfection, it has to be said. Picked up a wicket in that final over, but could not prevent a victory to Trinidad and Tobago. 3 for 8 she finished, and an excellent display of talent here in the women's under-19 league. Point out as well, Brianna Harichan had 4 for 15 and 2 for 2 from Kira Superville. Excellent bowling all round from the Caribbean bowlers here. And third place secured again by Trinidad and Tobago last year and this year as well. And it's been a fine advert for cricket here. It's been beautiful weather for this game in particular. And congratulations again to Barbados and from all our crew here. Producer Jason Passad, cameraman Emilio Fortune, and Astilren Billy Furlong here. We're closing it off here at the University of the West Indies for this year's West Indies Rising Stars Women Under 19 tournament. Reminding you that West Indies Under 19 women team will be picked for 5 T20 games coming up against the United States of America under 19 women's team, and that is set to bowl off on July 26. And those games traditionally now becoming a habit here, a fixture here on the calendar for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to be played right here at the University of the West Indies. And from all of us here, wish you all the best and see you next time at the toss.